And we are live. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. I was about to go Pootie Pie. I was like, my name is Pootie Pie. That's where my mind was for a second. But anyway, I'm not Pootie Pie, but welcome back to Odin's Movie Vlog. I am the critic who is a cynic, and welcome to another Chosen of Valhalla live stream where we have a full house today, full of amazing people. I've also got the pups with me as well. River is on the big bed, laying, cuddling with her bone, as Willow is working on hers. Willow, if you don't know, she never lets her belly touch the ground, and it's the funniest thing because her hips are basically pointed at the ceiling at all times. So thank you everyone for joining us today. I'll shout out some people in the chat because I know we'll be having a lot to talk about today. And so let me just shout out. So Rosetta Allen is in the chat. Mr. Roy is in the chat. Andrew Hoyle, member on the channel, is in the chat. G-Mega76, Force Ghost, Jeremy. Tina B, of course, is in the chat as well. ZK-Man in the chat as well. Force Ghost Jeremy, or as I like to say, Force Ghost Ginevra. Going back to the proper Jenny days. We also have the Honker Chunker Funker Monkey in the chat. What's going on, Honker Chunker Funky? Hope you're feeling okay, man. Nathan Slay is here as well. Stephanie B. How's it going, Stephanie B? My general, you're awesome. Father Christopher Miller, hail to you, Father. Happy Sunday. Blessed 13th Sunday after Pentecost for all of my fellow Latin Mass people out there. And let's see, anyone else? Nathan Slay, I think I got already. And Demogeni, Soul Assassin, boom. Perfect. So, let me get right. Huh?
I was just saying hi to all of them as you finish.
Oh, hello.
I'm being friendly.
Good. That's a good thing. All right. Thanusos Felicitas coming in at the last minute as well. So let me go ahead and introduce the Chosen of Valhalla for this month. So we'll just go round the horn, I guess. And so first off, Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, how are you doing, good sir?
I'm doing a lot better.
A lot better? Okay.
Yeah, I had a run from Hurricane Laura.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I'm currently talking from the hotel room. Hopefully the background noise isn't too bad.
So far, I'm not hearing much of anything, but yeah, I forgot that you were in that part of the country. So do you know, you're in a hotel. Is your house okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
The storm stayed east of us, so it mostly damaged most of Louisiana. It did damage a little bit of Orange County, but not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't miss that at all. I mean, as you all know, I'm from New Orleans, and hurricanes were just every year there was something going on. And what I hate are the people that quote unquote, predict where the storms are going, because they always get it wrong. Like almost every time it's okay. Now it's all the way over in Texas, and then by the time it gets there, it's hitting Louisiana, or even better, it's going to Texas. Oh wait, it's just hit Florida, and that's just like, it just drives me crazy. So, but I'm glad to hear that you're okay, and I'm hoping family and friends are okay as well.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, I do know some people in Louisiana that lost pretty much everything. So,
oh wow!
No.
Yeah, I mean, it hit as a Category 4, and just as someone who saw a tropical storm hit the coast of Louisiana once, and it gave 10 feet of water because of storm surge to people living on the coast. So it's one of those things. I don't miss that at all about New Orleans culture, because in New Orleans you have these things called hurricane parties, and they've always just made me angry, because it's like, oh, let's celebrate and have fun and get drunk while people's houses are getting destroyed. I'm like, no, thank you.
Yep.
That's not me, because it comes from a good tradition, which was, hey, the power is out. We need to get rid of all the things in the fridge, so let's have people over and cook things that are going to go bad. Okay, that makes sense to me, right? In the aftermath, trying to stay positive. But now it's become this, let's party before, during, and after the storm.
I've never liked that, especially when they go back on like Facebook and they're like, yeah, I can't get into the grocery store or anything or get anything. It was like, you just ate everything yesterday. What the hell?
I know. You know what, the meme that always frustrated me was, it was a plastic chair and it's knocked over on the ground, and people would say, you know, Tropical Storm Isaac or this or that, kind of like as a mocking of, it was nothing. And I'm thinking, yeah, maybe for you, but for other people it was devastating. But yeah, I could go off on tangents for days about the culture down there, but I'm glad to hear you're okay, Mr. Roy. Everything else though, other than the storm, has been going well for you?
That's been going well. I did catch COVID.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Do you realize, I did the math on this, Mr. Roy, do you realize that you are a part of the 1.8% of the U.S. population that's actually gotten it?
Yeah, it's not bad. I think the flu's worse.
Well, that's just the crazy thing, right? I was doing the math on it, and I was like, not a lot of people have actually gotten it population-wise. But so you were okay through it all, as coughing or
you just lay around for 4 days, and after that, you're fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, and then you
my
have to
mom got
quarantine for 2 weeks, and that's the worst part.
Yeah, the worst part, my mom got it from me.
Oh no.
Oh.
And she ended up being fine too. I mean, it only affects a really small population of people that could actually die from it.
Yeah.
I mean, other than that, I mean, you just get sick and it feels like a light flu for like 4 days, and after that, you're fine.
Wow. Yeah, because I know that the CDC just released new statistics, and they said that basically only 6% of the deaths have been only COVID, and every other, like the 94% of the rest, people had on average 2.6 other illnesses at the same time as COVID. And so I'm like, okay, something's not quite right here. But of course, I'm also not a doctor, so I can't say one way or the other because I am not a doctor.
I hate to call a little BS on some of this social distancing and stuff. I did all the stuff they say to do, and I still got it.
Yep. I mean, that's the thing, is that you can do everything that think about it in general, right? You wash your hands, you take care of yourself. People still get sick. Even germaphobes still get sick. So it's just like, it's something that you can't completely you can't completely eliminate the chance of getting something to zero. There's always going to be a chance. And it's just crazy. But I'm glad to hear you're doing better, Mr. Roy. And I'm glad to hear that you're safe and that you're feeling healthy and strong.
I was glad I didn't have COVID while evacuating.
Oh my gosh, I can only.
Oh my god!
Because then you would have had to be going to a special You probably would have had to go to like a special hospital, and like they would have.
Yeah, hotels flat out. If you're even sick, they won't let you in.
Wow.
Oh.
That's insane. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing better though, and thank you once again for joining us on the Chosen panel. It's always great to have you here, good sir.
Thank you.
All right, coming up next, we've got Rosetta Allen, who has been doing a lot of work, has been a very, very busy bee, doing tons of projects. So, Rosetta Allen, how are you doing?
Well, I mean, you talk about being displaced from storms. This isn't exactly where I normally am. Because that stupid storm 3 weeks ago that hit the Midwest, the city it hit the worst at the highest strength was where I live.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's still parts of the city that have no power and stuff. They're almost 2 weeks behind being able to just get the rubble out now because they keep finding more damage all over the city.
Oh, wow. Isn't that the area where, because I want to say someone in the chat had mentioned that too, where there were like 60-mile-an-hour winds or something?
Oh, no, 60's mild. When it hit my city, it was clocked and sustained at almost right under 100 and had gusts hit 127 before they broke the wind machines.
Oh, my goodness.
So
they have no idea how strong the winds were. Wow.
Lord.
No. I actually have a little video I pinned on my tweets recently that finally got put up from it. And I timestamped it, and it's my pinned tweet right now. And you can literally just watch the core of the storm hit the city, and you can just see the whole wind just go sideways and just start breaking down these massive old trees all at the same time and pushing cars.
Wow.
And it was like that for quite a while.
It's just crazy to think that storms, we're used to seeing that kind of strength from storms that have, time in the Gulf and can, get really strong. Not as much when it's just something that's coming across the country, unless it's, just a tornado or so. Mm-hmm. But for a storm to have that, I mean, that's just crazy. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're okay.
It was the equivalent of a massive high category hurricane with a whole bunch of tornadoes and torrential rain hitting an area that's not designed for it. And they're saying, not counting trees that are broken and missing most of the limbs but can live, just the trees that are completely dead is over 70% of the tree coverage of the city is completely gone.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. And there's whole forest areas near the city that are completely destroyed with only a few trees left.
Wow. That's crazy. And I'm assuming, because I've never been there, but I'm assuming it's an area known for its tree coverage and for natural beauty, I'm assuming.
Well, the edge of Iowa, there where I was living, is where it meets all of the Illinois and Wisconsin bluffs and all that, and it's near the Mississippi along the Cedar River. So this is where most of the woods and the parks and stuff in the state exist outside of the farms. So it just looking at it was like surreal, because I was out doing my photography drives and hikes and kind of had this you know that voice that we're not supposed to ignore?
Yes.
Telling me to head home early, and I got home, was there for a few minutes getting stuff set up in the house before the storm system went off, and we were partway down into the basement when the power cut out, just moving down with the cats, and literally barely hit the basement when you feel the house shake and a boom because neighbor's tree had broken and hit his house and landed wedged between the two.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, it was crazy. It was surreal driving around, seeing all the pristine houses and those trees and the sunshine and stuff, and then come home and it hits that fast and leave right after to see what happened, and everything's destroyed.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, you know.
It's just surreal.
Yeah, you know, you expect that kind of thing when you have, like, you know, hurricanes on the south, but for a storm that passes through, one that you really can't prepare that much for, like, it was hurricanes, you have lots of time to prepare for it, but for something like this, you know, it just happens so quickly and the damage is so lasting. It's just, yeah, it's crazy. So I'm glad to hear, though. Did y'all's house have any major damage to it?
My house is fine.
Okay.
Other than the little gutter damage.
Okay.
We have to redo part of the driveway. The tree that was next to it hit so hard it actually drilled holes into it from the wood.
Oh my goodness.
Into the concrete from the wind pressure.
Yeah.
I basically have no privacy fence or backyard left. Everything got just crushed by several trees. So, but the house itself is okay.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously, you know, I feel bad for the damage for sure, but it's one of those things too where you're like, I'd rather the fence be gone than there be a giant hole in my house because, you know, especially when you look into insurance and pricing, it's just, I mean, it's one of those things where you really have to find the bright side. You know, having lived through hurricanes, it's like, gotta find some bright spot. So at least the house, I'm glad to hear the house is okay, but I'm sorry that everything else.
I'm in the mountains working on my artwork, and my husband's taking care of the house for me. So, I mean, there's a positive there. He's doing all this for me and helping take care of it. So I don't have to put my health in danger with my breathing issues and stuff and the mold and all that. And so I'm just sitting here doing artwork in the mountains. It's a lot better place than I could have been considering what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, God bless hubby. God bless hubby.
He's a sweetie.
Absolutely. Or Rosetta, thank you also for being here once again on the Chosen Stream. All right, and now we move on to the K-Man. The K-Man, how are you doing, good sir?
Doing pretty good.
What you been up to?
Keep myself busy.
How you been? That's right. You were saying before the stream that you had an all-night shift.
Yeah, pretty much work 4 10-hour shifts every week. And then on top of that, seeing with my music album coming out this Friday, I've been trying to get everything together with it, and so that's been pretty much back and forth between those two. Been taking up a lot of my time.
Wow.
And then also with the craziness going around here, pretty much after the album comes out, I'm going to actually start looking for a new place to live.
Okay. Statewide or like looking for a different state, different city?
It'll definitely be a different city no matter what, but
Okay.
I'm gearing more towards just getting out of the state completely.
Oh, Lord. Because I'd say, yeah, what area are you in again?
I'm in Portland right now.
Oh, Lord.
my God.
Yeah. I think everyone here could understand why you would want to be possibly looking to get out of the state.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
You're
That's
in our prayers.
Man. But yeah,
Yeah.
as the K-Man's here, though, I mean, he was working all night. He got off at, he said, 7 in the morning, which is 7 a.m. over like West Coast time. And he's now on the stream. So, yeah, he's running on no sleep, and he's still here. So I need to give a special shout-out and kudos to the K-Man for showing up, man.
I'll sleep when I'm dead, so it'll be fine.
Plenty of time to sleep then. For now, I've got to live.
Oh,
But,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
but yeah, but thank you, man. Thank you for so much for staying awake and being here for it. Obviously, you know, in a little bit, we'll of course try and send people to where they can support your album coming out and to give that some love and some shouts for sure.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, next up we have the Empress of the Universe. We have one of the Valkyries. We have someone who has been with me now for almost 2 years. It's amazing to think it's been that long, but she is, of course, the amazing Tina. Tina, how's it going?
I am doing well, thank you. What was I going to say? Kalispera. That's good morning in Greek. See, I'm learning something.
Look at that. Look at that. That's impressive. I would never be able to do that because it's all Greek to me.
Yeah.
But
But I'm doing well. Just watched a Clownfish TV video. They were covering the cover story of the National Enquirer, which is saying Hollywood is going bust. Oh my gosh. Some Stranger Things kid is now selling pizzas, and Tom Cruise doesn't know when he'll get another job, and Morgan Freeman is quote unquote worried, and Emma Stone is having to delay her wedding. And I'm like, let me play my tiny violin for all of you.
This year I'll only have 10 million in the bank instead of 15 million. What will I ever do?
Exactly. And I'll just bring this up real quick. The director of Doctor Strange, who I had never seen this dude before, but once they showed a picture of him, he looks like another version of Alex Kurtzman, which immediately means I have to draw a big X through him. He posted. Clownfish said he posted on his personal Twitter, do not go to see Tenet. Don't go see anything.
Oh, that's the guy. Okay, I didn't know who that was at first, but okay, so that's a director for...
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if he's the current director for Doctor Strange 2 or if he was the director on the first one. Okay. But anyway, like I said, they showed his picture. He had a beard, and I was like, he looks like Alex Kurtzman. Yes, Nathan Slade's right. Yeah, Scott Derrickson. Well, okay. Scott Derrickson can kiss my shiny metal ass, as Bender used to say on Futurama. It's like I don't plan to go to the movies anyway. It doesn't have to do with COVID. It's just there's nothing of interest to me. But having some little jerk director tell me what I'm supposed to do, no,
yeah,
nope.
Yeah, and in fact, I retweeted that same tweet because I was like, yeah, Scott Derrickson, yeah, he says, don't go see Tenet or any other movie in a theater. There, I said it. Oh, so brave of you. And then he adds on, at the end, speaking to my fellow Americans, of course. Okay, so, even though there's other areas of the world where you have just as many cases, if not more, they can go, but not us Americans. Tisk, tisk, don't see Tenet. God. I'm actually kind of surprised that he would say something like that as a director in Hollywood, because that can get, let me just put it this way. I don't know how much power Christopher Nolan has in Hollywood, but for someone to say, don't go see a Nolan movie and don't go see it in theaters, regardless of whatever the power that Nolan has, he's got to be on Nolan's crap list now. Like, there's just no doubt about it. Like, this dude just is now trying to scare people from giving money to this project, which is always a passion project because Nolan doesn't do frivolous things. He spends years working on these things to try and make it the best thing possible. And Scott Derrickson, who's made one memorable film so far, apparently, thinks, I'm going to tell people what to do. Well, screw you, Scotty.
I guess I could have, if he had said, hey, folks, don't go to the movies, period. I'm concerned about you, even if it's fake concern.
Yeah.
But you're going to name Tenet out first, not don't go see Bill and Ted, don't go see Unhinged, but don't go see Tenet.
Yes.
Yeah, he's so, I'm sure he's very jealous. It's like, well, why is Christopher Nolan tell everybody he wants his movie released in the theater? So,
I'm surprised. If he was really brave, he would have said, don't go see New Mutants because that film doesn't exist anyway. Now, that would be something I would be like, okay, kudos to you, Scott, because I don't think that film exists. But of course, I know it does somehow. But oh, Lordy.
Oh my gosh. I don't know. Yeah, that was one thing they brought up on Clownfish. Why did they release New Mutants to theaters and not go to streaming? They're kind of speculating that there was something contractually that said New Mutants has to be released in a theater, and Disney couldn't get around that.
Yeah, I remember hearing that. Apparently, it was a part of the deal with Fox that all the remaining Fox properties had to be released in theaters. Obviously, I don't have any documents in front of me, or I don't have any sources to tell me one way or the other. But,
Right.
for me, it's just kind of weird because if you're buying the asset of Fox and you're able to drop the name of Fox, I don't think they would care one way or the other whether or not the movie. Because here's the other thing, too. I saw finally a movie, brand new film, that for the first time had 20th Century Studios as the logo and not 20th Century Fox. And as soon as I saw that, I died on the inside because they still had the fanfare and everything, but instead of it saying Fox, it was just literally it's the same design, only now instead of Fox, it's Studios, Century Studios.
That to me, as a movie buff, that breaks my heart.
Yeah,
knowing the history of Fox Studios and the ups and downs that they had through their history.
Yeah.
The only thing I can say is if releasing the crap movies that Fox put out there, if releasing that helps sink Disney even more, I'm all for it.
I totally hear you on that one. And yeah, I mean, and
Duck Disney.
Yeah, hashtag Duck Disney. But but I was going to say, that would make sense to me. The other thing that I've read is that it actually had to do all with financials because this is the first major, I guess, quote unquote, major Disney release that's being put out there. And so it's them saying, okay, we have not much to lose with this one because, Fox already paid for it and already produced it. And so we don't have to do that much as far as marketing is concerned. So let's just put it out there and see what happens versus...
Right.
Versus, let's put Mulan out there and take a risk of losing, hundreds of millions, which they might already do because they're already taking a risk with the whole $30 on Disney Plus and then announcing, oh, if you just wait 2 months or so, you can get it for free on Disney Plus. I mean, it's just like, I don't know how that's going to work financially, but we'll have to wait and see.
I don't even know. And Laura, if you do ask about trailers, ask me about Mulan because I saw another one last night and I was like, she must be taking lessons from Brie Larson.
Oh, Lord.
And here's the thing. I don't think it's that. I just think she's green. She hasn't been in anything prior to this, I don't think. So for me, that's the bizarre thing for me is that why would any producer or director or casting director choose this woman? And again, it's not a shot against her personally, but she's obviously not a trained actor, or she's not a person that's taken a role on like this before in a major hundreds of millions of dollars produced film. To me, that's a stupid decision on their part, but
yeah,
we'll have to see how it pans out. Yeah.
Well, the only reason why I said Brie is because every trailer I have seen of Mulan, she never smiles.
Now, Tina, that's sexist. Asking women to smile. How dare you?
She never smiles. I'm like, she's flipping around playing Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and I've never seen her even give like a little corner smile, like I got you. Nothing. She's just playing away.
Tina, I think you just have to see the movie to see for yourself if that's consistent all the way through.
Nah.
Well, Tina, thank you very much for being here once again as well. And of course, being the Empress of the Universe is always great to have you grace us with your presence. And last but certainly not least, we have the modern Major General. We have, as I like to say always, the mother of the channel. She is the amazing Laura. Ryan stole my fan fiction story / waiting for Nerdrotic / I don't know anymore. Laura, how's it going?
Hello there. I like having many names. It's kind of fun. Well, let's see. We have inland hurricanes. We have actual hurricanes. We've got riots and protests. And here I'm dealing with fire. So it's
right.
fun all the way.
Oh my goodness. How close are you to the fires that are raging right now?
Well, there was one very close to us, but it was pretty contained. Like in a valley, but it's the smoke that's the problem, really.
Oh yeah.
Where I am.
Well, I've heard reports that the smoke is traveling so far, like the fires are so bad that there's actually, in certain mornings you'll see haze all the way even here in Tennessee, and they're saying, if you notice a sunset where there's certain colors, or if you notice any haze, it's actually smoke from the fires in California because of the way that the jet stream is pulling it over. And I was like, what? That's insane.
Wow.
So I know y'all are dealing with a lot.
Colorado and Montana and even parts of the Black Hills here and Wyoming, there's fires all over.
Oh, y'all have fires too? Because I know, obviously, you know, the big one right now is California, because California at this point has already had, what was it, so many thousands of acres burnt in a couple weeks, where normally it would have hit that through an entire fire season.
Yeah, it's not even fire season yet.
Yeah.
Is the thing. That's why everybody's kind of concerned. It's like we're not even and it's more in the fall. But yeah, if you look at a map, they have these fire maps and stuff. It looks like a lot of the West Coast is on fire.
Both literally and figuratively, it seems sometimes, you know.
That's actually one of the things is I actually have pictures that I took of my family last week where Rocky Mountain elk are in the Black Hills right now because they're fleeing all the fires and smoke.
Oh, wow.
And they've never been recorded or reported here before. It's a completely different elk species here.
That's insane. That just goes to show you the far widespread, you know, nature of the flames. And I got to give a shout out though to those firefighters. I don't even know. I guess they're firefighters. You know, what's the special name that's given to people specifically that try to contain these kind of wildfires? Are they just firefighters?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there is a special
fire crew.
There is a special, you know, wildfire section.
Okay.
You have the people who do the residential, and then people who are trained to do fire breaks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
At least when I was in Job Corps, it was fire crew and camp crew, depending on which part of it you were doing. If you were actually out there next to the flames working on fighting them directly, it was the fire crew, camp crew were those who fought more indirectly, helped connect all the hoses, helped feed people when they got off shifts, all that stuff.
Yeah, Dean Heiss says something about smoke eaters. I'm sure there's a lot of different names that have been given to them over time, but I know
smoke eaters is cool.
It is. It's a badass name.
I'm just speaking as effective since I was technically registered with Camp Crews because I actually helped run a lot of their pay systems and stubs and stuff for a while when I was in Job Corps. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because there was a movie that came out that covered this, and I think it's one that I think I want to kind of promote a little bit because it's a movie called Only the Brave, and it deals specifically with a certain group of, you know, historic people that, you know, put their lives at risk and sacrifice themselves to stop and to you know, to limit the fire in a certain area. I forget exactly where that was, but I just that job to me, it just, you know, any job of public service like that, whether it's firefighters, police, obviously military, anything in between as well. Those are people that deserve love and respect, and especially the ones that are putting themselves literally in the direction of a fire and are literally trying to save people's and are saving people's lives. I mean, those people need recognition. So if you've never seen the film Only the Brave, I highly recommend it because it talks specifically about these types of firefighters and a specific crew and what they did to save a town and to save the area that they were working.
I thought that one was set at Granite Hill fire in 2013.
You were saying, Laura?
Like I said, I pay attention to this stuff.
This you know, a lot of people live out into the forested areas here. I think that's part of the problem here is you have so many people living, you know, in the rural areas because, you know, it's just beautiful along the coast and everybody wants to live in the forest, but you know, it does make the more people you have in the forest, the more chances you have, you know, that a fire is going to get ignited or, and you know, they live on the hillsides, so it's difficult to get up there and fight the fire. So there's all kinds of unique problems here in California. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's such a large state. I mean, there's just bound to be those kinds of problems. And I just looked it up, and they were known as the Granite Mountain Hotshots. That was the name that they had.
Oh.
So I recommend Only the Brave. It's a brilliant film. It's a film. There's a lot of films that can make me cry just because I'm a softie in a lot of ways, and then there's others that make me cry because it's just that well done and that emotional and just that well performed. Right. And Only the Brave is one of those movies. It's just they pay such great respect to the people and just portray what it would have been like for them and also for their families, and it's brilliant.
I did see a movie recently where it was about the firefighting planes. I wish I could remember names.
Don't you love it when names just escape you? Happens to me all the time.
The wife from The Incredibles, she was in it. What? My brain. Anyway, it's early still here.
Holly Hunter. It's a Holly Hunter. Yeah.
Yes, Holly Hunter was she flew a firefighting plane. It was a pretty interesting movie.
Yeah, that also, I mean, must be terrifying because then you're in the air. Like, you have no other support except the air itself. And if you're flying over flames, I mean, I can only imagine the kind of, turbulence you would be dealing with and potentially, possibly getting spun out, right? I mean,
right.
I mean, the people, the brave people that we have all across this country doing all these things is truly amazing to me. And that's why it's so infuriating to see all the crap we're seeing right now. As Laura, as you mentioned earlier, right, with all the riots and everything, it's like there's so many awesome people out there. And I really hope that once all this stuff settles down, we can go back to, or actually we can start focusing on and celebrating those people instead of focusing on all the negativity that we've been seeing recently.
Yeah. A lot of people in the LGBT community here are involved in the Black Lives Matter community. So, by kind of keeping tabs on the local. Yeah. It's very moderate here. There's not really a lot of extremists as far as I've noticed. I know a lot of people involved in both. So yeah, it's nice to see that they're actually doing some good in the area.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. I mean, it's always nice to see when people are actually, peacefully protesting, because I'm all on board with that. I'm all supportive of that. And I think it's very important, but it's just, that's interesting. You would think that, a lot, and I'm sure there's other parts of California. I think it was San Jose's mayor, that his house was attacked by protesters, I think, and was like spray painted or something. So I think it depends on the area, but I'm glad to hear that there are other areas where there still are peaceful protests going on.
Yeah. You can't judge the entire group. Yeah. It's difficult. I mean, that's what I was telling people. It's like I'm in a group where people are judged, by just a few people. So yeah, I sympathize there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why for me, if you're protesting and you're trying to bring about change, that's all good. But if you support just the crazy, standards, for example, you look at the charter for things like Antifa, you look at the official charter for a group like Black Lives Matter, and you're like, okay, I can't support those organizations specific, but there's obviously people have, I think, hijacked the messaging, especially of Black Lives Matter, and have turned it into a political machine, something that it was not originally intended to be. And it's sad because there are some people out there that are still thinking they're doing something, and they think that they can, wear the letters and wear everything and that they're totally fine, but they don't realize that now everyone who looks at those letters associate it with the radical group and the radical leaders of that group.
But the protests that they had Saturday, went and checked them out, significantly smaller than they had been. Yeah. And, I was like, wow, I think the popular support around here has really gone down the drain.
And that's what has to happen. I think that the sane people out there, the normal people who are just trying to use their free speech, I think they need to realize, okay, this is not something I can get behind because there's too many radical elements. So if they start pulling back and the numbers start to drop, that's one way to take care of it. And then, of course, some of these cities and some of these mayors need to actually step in and protect their businesses, protect their people, because some of them are just letting everyone run amok. I mean, Portland is a great example of that, right? I mean, 93 days now where they've had, various acts of violence, it seems, going on. It's just, no, that kind of stuff needs to be put down. But everything else, I think, is if people start to back away, normal people start to back away, that'll also bring about change too.
So how close are you to
I was going to say
in Portland?
Yeah, the K-Man. The K-Man?
K-Man.
Yeah, I lost internet for a while.
Oh, no. So the question was, how close are you to all the craziness going on in Portland?
Let's put it this way. I could get down to the courthouse where they've been doing most of the damage within walking distance, about 15 minutes.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping. My sister is over in Vancouver, Washington. Wow. And when I went to visit her, we just went right across the bridge into Portland because we were going to have dinner downtown. So oh my God, I feel for you.
That's crazy. I'm scared for you, man. I can only imagine what it's like to actually be there.
I was gonna say here there was something I've noticed that I think actually shows you where a lot of the people who claim to be in these movements actually think, and it's something I noticed because the church that I'm involved in is inner city Black church, and so I'm going down there dealing with the inner city neighborhood, and you go through and where the church is right where the basically hood meets the upper class, just slightly into the hood. And what I noticed there was that all these people that were in this nice neighborhood next to it that we've tried a million times to reach out to get involved with helping the abuse victims and the women being targeted by these things and all this stuff, that never cared, never had any thought about any of these poor Black kids in the city, nothing. Every single one of them in that entire neighborhood had BLM signs out in front of their house trying to virtue signal. Almost nobody in the inner city does.
Yeah.
And almost no one actually Black does.
That's just, I mean, that's why it's so sad because, the actual lives that are being impacted by, real acts of violence for years now, right? The highest rates of violence are the ones that are not being recognized. They're the ones that are not being given the support that they really need. And so I'm hoping that, obviously everyone makes the joke saying, well, it'll all stop, November 3rd, November 4th after the election. And I know that that's kind of that joke where, part of it is serious and part of it we think is true. But regardless, I just hope that this crap ends quickly. I mean, I would love for this stuff to stop before the election because I think that it's bad for us to make decisions based on pure emotion. And right now, I think everyone is so emotional,
the second I saw that, it just was this instant, they don't give a crap about these people. This is pure virtue signal to try to make themselves look good because they honestly do think that all these poor Black people will just riot, loot, and steal their stuff. And they're trying to say, no, I'm your ally. Yeah. They don't actually care. It's all about fronting.
Yep. But anyway, I do have a shout out because Angry Mango, welcome to the channel. First off, it's the first time I think I've seen the name in here. He just became a member. So Angry Mango, thank you so very much for becoming a member at the Citizen of Asgard level. And also, before getting off too much, Laura, thank you for also being with us once again today on the Chosen stream.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Absolutely. And obviously, I know there's a lot of things that we could talk about that a lot of people would have a lot of thoughts on, but let's try and maybe create a little bit of a distraction, as it were, and talk about some more positive things. And so like I always like to do, let's talk about things that we have been watching recently. And I'm going to go ahead and extend this out to, movies, TV, and also trailers as well. Because obviously there were a lot of trailers that have dropped recently, specifically from DC. And I know that Laura wanted to talk a lot about the DC trailers as well. So let's go ahead and go reverse order this time. So Laura, anything you've been watching recently or anything that you want to talk about as far as, movie, TV, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I thought it would be fun to talk about trailers because obviously we all have such a wide variety of interest, and I do like getting recommendations from people on what they're into, and it's a great way to find new stuff. But yeah, I figured something we would all have in common is a lot of the trailers that have come out recently and our thoughts and stuff. Yeah. But yeah, it's the Batman trailer. It's interesting. Even in the comics, the way that they keep redoing the story. And it's like, I wonder what it is about the detective story. I mean, basically that's what Batman is. He's, considered the world's greatest detective. It's like, what is it that's so compelling about his story that people are willing to see it again and again and again, Yeah. I mean, how many Batman have we had, actually?
I mean, wait, say when you add,
oh my God,
too many.
When
going all the way back to the 40s.
Yeah, that's right. Because you think about the old school Batman, and then you think about, I mean, if you're talking just about like TV and movies, I mean, also because you have the serials from the 1940s, right, Tina?
Yes, and I've seen one. Batman drives like I don't know, it looked like an old Oldsmobile or something. It was. And he lived in a split level house. The villain had a bigger mansion than Batman did. It was
It's so funny.
See, I've like never even heard of that. That's why I love being on here with all these different people. It's like that man lived in a split. Oh, what?
And drove an Oldsmobile.
It looked like an Oldsmobile. I don't know cars from that era, but I mean, it was just, and his and Robin's costumes were pathetic. But yeah, Bruce Wayne lived in a split level, and when they showed the villain's house, even Mystery Science Theater 3000 was like, the villain's house looks better than Bruce Wayne's house.
That's why I always love when people say, oh, this isn't Batman because the source material is different. And then you have to ask the question, well, which source material are you talking about? Because if we go back, as Tina has mentioned, if we go back to the like some OG stuff, okay, where's the Oldsmobile? Where's the double house, right? I mean, if you're not having that, I guess technically it's not legitimate Batman, but...
Yeah, it's like I feel like we need like a comics book person in here because, you know, when I hear comic book people talking about, you know, all the different iterations of different characters, you know, it's really fascinating how long these comics have been coming out and all the different versions and multi versions. And...
Comic nerd here.
Well, yeah, but
oh, good, okay,
but. Yeah, because I was gonna say, because with Rosetta, like, have you? Because I know that you're obviously into comics and you're making your own comics as well. But were you a part of, like, did you read like some of the original runs of Batman, or like what is your history with that?
I've read a lot of the older stuff. The thing is that I'm one of the ones I sit there and argue with people with Mara because with the ones that say Batman didn't kill himself, because in the old comics, especially when they were starting him back in the end of World War II era, all that stuff, he was a vigilante. He was not a hero. He was quite violent. He was quite dark. And so, and the iterations have gone through these versions where it's dark or too light, or suddenly he's not the same in every iteration by far, but they keep going between trying to make him a Superman golden boy or a dark, almost anti-hero.
Okay.
And it's not consistent, but I prefer the anti-hero side because it's actually a deeper character with more complexity.
Yeah. So
that was the oldest version I can find.
Okay. So what I'm getting is that if we start with the first Batman, he was in an Oldsmobile. So we go from Oldsmobile Batman to then campy. Oldsmobile Batman to killing Batman, anti-hero Batman who kills people, then jumping to Adam West 1960s. I don't even know how to describe it. Disco Batman? I don't know. Is it Disco Batman or hippie Batman?
Or in one episode, Odin, and he was hypnotized.
Holy lilacs, Batman! So we have that version. Then we jump to the Gothic style Batman with the Tim Burton ones, and obviously in between then the comics would have developed the character more as being more of the detective, because that would have been the era, right? The 40s and 50s would have been more of the detective era, I think. Tina, if you can, if that sounds right to you as being the movie historian.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of went from the Adam West to the Michael Keaton in '89, and I think I still have a copy of the Rolling Stone cover that said Michael Keaton. Does he have the hairline and the stature to play Batman? And since I was already a Michael Keaton fan, I didn't have a problem with him being in it because he had done a lot of drama and comedy, so I knew
he could act.
Probably handle the role. Yeah.
It's funny too because people, you know, because we're obviously going back to the Batman trailer that just came out, you know, some people are being critical of the stature of Robert Pattinson, and then they say, oh, well, you didn't complain, you know, during the day of Michael Keaton, he wasn't in shape. And I'm like, okay, well, we could also say the same thing about Adam West. And I imagine that Oldsmobile Batman probably wasn't in great shape either. I mean, that's how he's going to be known by me from this point forward.
My concern with Patterson is I can't see him hitting the arrogant playboy side correctly with his personality, because either he plays over the top playboy styles or he plays really subdued personalities. I've never seen one that would fit that side of Bruce correctly from him. And I'm hoping that's wrong, and I'm hoping he can do it, but I have concerns. I don't know if he can.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, because I know, I've seen him in a variety of roles, and so acting chops, he's got them. I mean, anyone concerned about his acting, don't. I mean, this dude, he is a legitimate actor, and I think that also might be what concerns some people, is that he is an actor, right? He is someone that you would he's someone that I would see in Shakespeare or in like a very high art type movie. And so the fact that he's now doing like a comic book movie, which normally we have a certain thought process when we think, oh, it's a comic book movie, not that it's bad, but there's just a different tone to it. It doesn't seem like he would fit it. But as you were saying, it's hard for us to really say right now because all we've had is a trailer, and they're still filming. They got about half the movie or so to still film. So
is this where I go, can we just stop doing Batman and Spider-Man and do something new for the love of God, please? Because there's so many. I had this box for a while, and unfortunately my brother's ex stole it when I was in Job Corps, but I bought this giant box off of clearance of a place that was closing down as a comic shop, and it had all kinds of obscure comics, and a lot of them from World War II era and stuff like that, and there's some dark and gritty and unique characters that nobody's heard of. That were in this freaking box. It's like, we have these characters. We have people now creating new characters. Can we do something new in the movies for the love of God?
Yeah.
Or other than the same story told the same basic way, just variations 50,000 times.
Yeah.
We need a Cyberfrog movie.
Yes.
No. Yeah. Cyberfrog needs to be eaten like he is here. Sorry, that's a rivalry thing.
But no.
That was interesting the other night because I showed Jesse the picture that I'm coloring for this variant cover, and Vic, the one who drew it, is a fan of Ethan, but he also wanted to have a little fun and take a stab at him. So he's literally got my boss's character eating Cyberfrog on the cover here. Oh no! And Jesse looked at it and went, "Ethan's gonna hate this." One sec, I'll show it on my air. Like, oh my God!
So what I'm gathering then is that this character you're drawing is French.
No.
Frog eater.
Frog legs, that kind of thing. That's what I get from it. But so Laura.
So there's this whole little joke going on with that right now.
So Laura, what were your initial thoughts about the Batman trailer? Like, did you like it for the most part, or what were some of the problems maybe you had with it?
I mean, that haircut. I assumed that they're going for like my immediate reaction was rich guy douchebag haircut, and somebody did put up a panel where there was one iteration of Batman where he did have kind of a floppy hair cut like that, so maybe there's some reason it's that way. I don't know, it's kind of, trailers can be deceiving. I did like I liked about half of it, I would say.
Yeah, but, I'm kind of in the same position where there's parts I loved, and then there's parts I'm like, wait a minute, because I from the beginning have said I think Pattinson's going to be great. I think acting wise he'll pull it off. People have been very critical of his stature, and even I was like, I think they can still, movie magic can make it look bigger. But I guess my issue is that they aren't trying to make him look bigger that much, and so I'm okay if that's him being mostly Detective Batman and, Year 2 Batman and that kind of thing. Okay, doesn't have to be big right now. But then they have that scene where he's beating the crap out of somebody, and I'm like, okay, that means you're gonna also try and make him as like a physical badass, and that doesn't work with the body style that we've been given. So it's like, I'm okay if it's all or mostly him being like maybe quick on his feet and smart, and that's how he beats people. But if it's gonna be also raw strength, I don't really see that working out. What do you think, Laura?
Well, you gotta watch out for the wiry guys, because they have that like hidden strength sometimes. But no, I think that it'll work out. What was I gonna say? I mean, I like that they're doing the Riddler, which is different because it seems to be Joker heavy in all the other versions. Yeah. And then the Penguin, I didn't even recognize that was Colin
Farrell. Yeah.
Farrell, yeah. I almost said Colin Firth.
I know. They're all the same. They're all Collins in their own way.
Collins.
It's funny because I made a comment about that in my review, and someone, trying to be the smartass in this comment section was like, actually, that wasn't Colin Farrell. And I was like, actually, it's been confirmed by the makeup artist that it was Colin Farrell. You're welcome. And I was just like, come on, man.
Wow.
Of all the things to criticize me, you can criticize me for a lot of things, but for misidentifying an actor, that's usually something that I'm not going to do.
Yeah, actually and literally are two key words to show that you're probably not a good person. They're not actually. Literally, actually, yeah. I
am literally so over it right now. You have no idea.
Yeah.
So, literally, you kind of, we're both kind of on the same page. And I guess, Mr. Roy, or is the K-Man, any thoughts about the Batman trailer?
That's all right.
It was fine. It is what it is.
I mean, it's Robert Pattinson. I mean, I don't understand the size argument, and he's probably one of the taller Batmans to play the role. I mean, I do agree that he's had a hard time getting past the Twilight role. I mean, but if he plays well in this movie, I think he'll probably get past it and become, an A-list actor.
Yeah.
Movies.
And see, that's the interesting, because that's the interesting thing to me, though, is that I'm surprised he took this role, because if you look to his history of parts, the biggest role that he really ever took was to be Cedric Diggory in Harry Potter. But even that role is a somewhat minor role in comparison. I guess obviously I'm skipping what others would say is his biggest role, but I don't count Twilight. And guess what? Neither does Robert Pattinson, because he's crapped all over Twilight ever since he finished. He basically admitted, it was for a paycheck. It was for a paycheck, and it paid me very well.
Everybody is allowed a crappy movie in their early career to help build their name, because you don't have much choice.
Yep.
Were there 4 movies?
Oh Lord, yeah, because 4 or 5. Because I know the last film they split it to 2, and it was just.
I was like, it ain't just one movie; it's 4 or 5.
Yeah. So yeah, he made bank off of it. But yeah, I mean, he's still a young guy. He's 34 years old, and it's interesting because he's only 6'1", which for me, when I think of Batman, normally I think 6'4"-ish or 6'5". But
the only actor that's 6'4" is Ben Affleck. Adam West is 6'2", and that's really it. All the other actors that play Batman are actually shorter than Robert Pattinson.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Christian Bale is a shorter guy from what I can remember.
Most of them, it's all Hollywood effects. They're not actually that tall.
Okay, Bale's actually 6 feet, so that's actually not too bad. He's actually a 6-foot guy, so I never would have known.
Affleck was just so thick. I mean, he really got the body.
I think Michael Keaton's probably one of the best Batmans. He's like 5'9".
Yeah,
really short.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah,
he's got the crazy eyes,
Well, I mean, you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
Let's get nuts.
I will say this much: I am so excited when they announced. Yeah, he's only 5'9", but I was so excited when they announced that they're bringing him into the next iteration of Bat, or they're going to bring him into the Flash movie. Sucks that he's in the Flash movie with Ezra Miller's Flash, but I'm glad that he'll be back as Bruce Wayne. And if they can somehow have him come back as not only Bruce Wayne, but also as potentially a, Batman Beyond style old Bruce Wayne, and maybe set up Terry McGinnis, that I think that would get me excited. If they were like, after the Flash movie, boom, Batman Beyond film, that would make me excited.
I thought it would be really cool to fake out that he was supposed to play Batman and then show that he was actually playing in Batman Beyond, and had Michael Keaton play the original Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
I thought that would have been cooler to do, but apparently he's playing Batman. So
yeah. Either way, though, I think it's going to be cool. The K-Man, did you see the trailer?
Oh yeah, and I really didn't have too much problem with as far as Pattinson goes. I think he looks like he will do good as far as the Batman side. I'm still kind of leery on the Bruce Wayne part, and of course that's until I actually see what he, because I mean in the trailer he didn't really do too much interacting as far as being Bruce Wayne. So until I actually see that thing.
Yeah, I think
that's a good point.
Yeah, because the only thing we saw of him as Bruce Wayne was one shot where he was in a suit and he had longer hair, and to the point where was it Laura or someone else said that there was another iteration at some point where he had that kind of long hair too. Go back to Batman Begins when they show Christian Bale trying to be young Bruce Wayne, which just never really worked because you could just tell it's like, nope, you're too old to play the age that you're trying to play right now, and just because they give you long hair doesn't fool anybody. But he also has that longer hair when he's playing the younger Bruce Wayne, so that's not something that's totally unheard of as far as the look of Bruce Wayne. Yeah.
I don't really care if anybody has long hair or not in the part, as long as they don't have a freaking man bun.
Okay, I want Batman to be bald and beautiful. That's what I want.
Long or short, as long as there's no man bun. If he has a man bun, he's automatically a wuss soy and can't be a Batman hero.
I'll give you my other critique. I want him to have 5 o'clock shadow. That was like I think the biggest problem that I had with him in the suit was his chin. And tell me if I'm the only one here that thinks this. Was his chin glowing? I felt like it was glowing because it was so pale and so clean and freshly shaven.
I thought it was fluorescing, but
Oh my god!
Did he sparkle?
Did he
have
oh, he did, of course.
No, he didn't sparkle. Come on. But it did have a slight glow to it, I think, because of the lights hitting it.
He's never going to live that down.
He's not. No.
I'll make sure he never lives it down.
Tina's like, I will never let it go, ever.
I'll never let it down. Mm-mm.
Well, you know, they shouldn't have put out the trailer for the Batman so close to the Snyder cut, because when you see Ben Affleck as Batman,
yeah,
it's just like,
oh, yeah,
the perfect physical specimen for Batman.
Yes.
Yeah.
No question about it. And also, I mean, you now see 2 different Batmen in 2 different movies, and you're like, but wait, it's the same universe. How is this? And so that's, I think this has been said a lot, right? And maybe it was Gary that said that, or at least maybe Jeremy on Friday Night Tights. It's just everything is so confusing when it comes to DC because there's just so many different variations of their characters and individual films that stand alone, but also same characters being portrayed. So kind of going to Rosetta's point, maybe try going with different characters because then you won't have to worry about there being 3 Batmen at the same time in the same universe because it's just going to confuse normies.
I did with the interesting ones that, yeah, comic nerds like me knew, but most people didn't, like Black Widow and them. And what they did is they put them in the movies with the others and then ease them off to themselves. Well, you can keep doing that. You can introduce a lot of these characters and put them in these universes. Yeah. Just put them in bit by bit and find them their own lynch point once somebody becomes a fan of the character. Yeah. So it's not that we can't do it. It's that they have to do it and not be lazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think the problem too is that they looked at what Marvel did, and they at first were trying to emulate it, and then they decided no, we're behind because basically it was like Man of Steel. Okay, we're setting up Superman, and I bet they were like, okay, we need to set up Batman, and then Aquaman, and then Wonder Woman. We'll do it that way. But then I think they saw everything going on with Marvel, and they're like, oh my gosh, we're so far behind. And so what do? They said, Batman versus Superman. All right, boom, we got 2 great characters there. And then they're like, okay, we made some money. Let's just do the entire Justice League before introducing all the characters. And then everyone saw Justice League, and obviously it was a terrible cut of Justice League, and it was, oh, wait, what? Why should I care about any of these people? So I'm glad to see that they're kind of getting back on track, but there's still a lot of confusion. I mean, the fact that you have a movie called The Suicide Squad coming out after a film called Suicide Squad, and the only thing differentiating them is literally one word. And then you have some of the actors portraying the same character as the first film, and some characters that have been changed actor-wise. It's just so confusing. It's like, is this the same universe or is it different? What is going on? I feel like going into Old Man Gary. What is going on here? I don't get it.
So they did Justice League
to be
before
fair.
Laura, what were you saying?
They did
Justice. A little weird.
Oh, it's okay. It's all right. They did Justice League before they did the Wonder Woman and Aquaman movies, right?
I believe so.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, they did.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, to be fair, Marvel had that kind of an issue too because they were having stutter overs with Hulk and Amazing Hulk at the beginning. Mm-hmm. So, but to be fair, Marvel didn't make the mistake as long, but they did make it.
But that was for one character. And I don't think anyone remembers Ang Lee's Hulk because no one went to go see it. So I will counter saying that most people who saw it didn't even know there was a previous Hulk film, and so it wasn't as big of a problem as Suicide Squad versus the Suicide Squad.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's as big of a problem. I'm just saying technically Marvel made the mistake too.
Oh, for
It's not
sure,
on this
for
big of a
sure.
Scale.
Yeah, but I will counter them because honestly, who remembers Ang Lee's Hulk? Be honest.
I've never seen any of the Hulk movies. Are any of them actually good?
Edward
Me
Norton's
either.
Norton's
I
is
like
pretty
Hulk
good.
movies.
Yeah.
I liked Edward Norton in it actually.
Yeah.
Even though he's a flaming ass, I liked him.
He's a good actor though, and so that movie to me is actually one of the stronger Marvel films, and it was obviously made when it was not yet. It was very, very far removed from Disney's influence, which is also, I think, a good thing about it. And is it perfect? No. I mean, as you all know, CGI is kind of my thing, but despite some CGI issues, most of it looked pretty good, and it's hard to pull that off when you're a whole character.
I have a weak spot to Edward because I was always a big Death to Smoochie fan, which is a very dark indie movie with Robin Williams, and he's one of the main characters in it.
I know. Oh, that movie. If you've never seen Death to Smoochie, do yourself a favor and watch it. It's one of Robin Williams' best roles, and it's one of his most underrated
dark
roles.
as all get out, but it's funny.
It's fantastic. But yeah, to the two that said that they had never seen any, Edward Norton's Hulk is good. Just skip Ang Lee's. Just don't even. I mean, if you really want it, go to Walmart. You can find it for like probably $3 on Blu-ray.
You probably find it for 99 cents.
Yeah, and to be fair, you could probably find the the Edward Norton Hulk for that much too, because it was the only Marvel film that's ever lost money technically. But it made, basically, when you look at it. In fact, you know what? Since I have a website, I don't really keep it up to date very much, and I have a box office tracking part that has been kind of dead since there hasn't been much of a box office. But at one point during my boredom, I decided to put all of the Marvel films and all the DC films in. And so Incredible Hulk, I can tell you exactly, it lost $55 million at the box office.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
But think about it. Think about all the Blu-rays that have since been sold and all of the other revenue streams too, because remember, that was when it would have been able to go to Netflix or HBO, and those are all contracts. So it made its money back. 55 million's enough where you can make that back at that time in history, versus now where if you lose money and then you put it onto your own streaming service, kind of hard to see how you can make the money back nearly as well. But yeah. Oh, we lost Mr. Roy. He'll hopefully jump back in. But anyway, so Laura.
Sorry, rambling. You guys went into comics.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. So Laura, you also mentioned the, I guess as kind of, because I guess this is the only real other major trailer that came out. What were your thoughts on the Snyder Cut Justice League trailer?
Well, I mean, it helped to watch other people break it down because me and Zack Snyder have not really enjoyed his stuff, but it's just so weird when so many people that love his movies, and I just watch it and I have just this visceral reaction to his stuff. I don't know if it's too dark or he's just focusing way too much on the visuals and the story's kind of not there. I hope it's good. I hope for the Snyder fans, I do. I hope it's good. Yeah,
and I think most of us are kind of in that boat where it's not that we want it to suck, but we have our reservations because we know what Snyder has done before. For me, it is absolutely visuals, because most of his movies are made with just way too much green screen and way too much CG, and so you don't have any actual stuff on there, and so you have bodies. Yeah. But that's it. You have random bodies on screen and everything else is computer generated. And so to me, it just looks so fake. It's hard for me to buy into it completely.
Yeah, I watched Watchmen just to kind of get an idea of some of his other movies. And like an hour and a half in, I was like, where is this going? What is the point of this movie? Everything looks really pretty and it's very cool. I don't get what they're trying to say here.
Yeah.
So I just stopped. I was like, I'll watch this later. I don't know.
Yeah, and for me, when I watched the trailer, I thought some of it was, I could see why some of the parts were going to make Snyder fans happy. Starts off, of course, with Darkseid, and they were very excited to see that character brought up. But then for me, all I saw was just more CGI. And I was like, oh, great. More CGI. Fantastic.
I mean, when they get the real dark side, they won't have to use CGI. I keep telling you that. How many times I have to tell you that?
No. I'm tired of that excuse. If you want to see why that excuse does not hold water, I want you to Google search Swamp Thing practical suit. Because that to me,
my mother saw that movie. She kept wanting me to see it. I was like, nah, I'm good.
I'm talking about the series that got canceled because
I never saw it either.
I recommend it. I actually thoroughly enjoyed it. But look up the suit alone for the latest series. It is truly a marvel. And I'm actually more sad that the series got canceled because they can't use that suit again. Because the amount of work and craftsmanship that went into it, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is all practical. And obviously they use CG to help with the scenes that they can't be practical with. But that's why, to me, it makes more sense. Okay, do as much practical as you can. And then for things that you honestly can't do with practical, then add some CG elements. But for me, every time Snyder does anything, it's like, gotta make it CG, gotta make it CG, gotta make it CG. And to me, it's lazy. That's just what I think.
Yeah.
Did he do Sin City?
Agreed.
I don't think he directed it. He may have been involved.
I'm not sure, Laura. I was thinking somebody asked in the chat the other night about Sin City because Odin was bringing up the CGI, and they said, so you're discounting Sin City too? And I said, I don't know, because he didn't see your comment.
Yeah. Okay. It was directed by Frank Miller, and Quentin Tarantino was a guest director. And also Robert Rodriguez was the main director.
That's right. That's right.
So he was not a part of the writing process, but let's see about producers. No, but you know who? This would have been a good comeback to anyone that said, "Oh, are you discounting Sin City?" Then I would have said, "Oh, you mean the one that was produced by the Weinsteins?" Yeah, let's talk about that movie.
Well, the Weinsteins have released quite a few movies.
They have.
I like some of them.
Oh yeah.
I hate Harvey, but you know.
Oh yeah, and that's obviously just that would have been like a petty well, at least it wasn't produced by the Weinsteins. Like that. Yeah. It's one of those it's not a really good argument, but hey, I'll bring it up anyway. But with that one too, I will say this much: that one also that did bother me, the Sin City, but. The reason why, to me, that looked better was because everything about it was so stylized that it was made to look like literally the comic page itself. And some argue that that's what Snyder does too, but I don't think he knows how to make it work. And I think that if you do it for one movie, okay, but when every movie you do, whether it's comic book or not, has to have this stuff to it, I'm like, okay, that's a little overkill for me.
Yeah, I mean, 300 was, because it was so stylized also. That's why I enjoyed the movie. I mean, certainly there's not a lot of story there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still do enjoy 300. And if you really want to laugh, watch Meet the Spartans, which was...
That's right.
Oh my God, it's so funny.
I just remember... I never saw it. I saw the promo for it, though. And all I can remember from that movie is that at one point you have all the Spartans on a plane. and at one point someone gets kicked in the aisle of the plane. And was it, "This is first class," or "This is coach," or something like that was the line? I forgot.
It had the guy who played Hercules on TV in it.
Okay. Yeah.
So good. Anyway, but yeah.
Sorbo?
Kevin Sorbo,
yes.
Yeah.
Kevin Sorbo.
Nice.
I never was a fan. Never a fan of that Hercules. I like him as a person, though, and an actor after.
Oh, I love that Hercules.
Very campy.
I'm so picky with mythology.
I know. What were you saying, Laura?
Oh, yeah. Xena and Hercules. It's also campy. It was great.
Oh, yeah.
Also,
you have that amazing line, "Disappointed!" Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Yeah, is it good objectively? Hell no. Absolutely not. Is it fun? Yes. It's a lot of fun. And for me it's childhood. That was a time when I didn't know much about lore and didn't care nearly as much about source material. So I just saw it and I was like, "Ooh, this is fun. This guy's really strong. I want to be strong one day. I'm just a wee little lad." And so that was just my whole mindset with it. But
well, I mean, obviously, I was a more Xena fan than I was a Hercules.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You know, for me, Xena, the only thing.
The thing is, you guys are talking about this. I was not exactly that old when these things came out either.
Yes,
was,
but
I think 11 when Hercules came out, and I still remember watching it going, "This is stupid."
But how can you not have fun when someone's carrying around like basically a frisbee that kills people and screaming, "Ay, ay, 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 ay!" Like that's just fun. That's just fun. And I think I just broke Rosetta. So Mr. Roy,
I hate Xena.
Mr. Roy, any thoughts? Mr. Roy, any thoughts about the Justice League trailer?
I didn't see it.
Okay, gotcha. Well,
I don't care about Justice League.
Okay.
The other movie looked awful, and I didn't see it, so I didn't care for. I'm not a DC guy, really. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, be careful what you say, because every time you say a bad word about DC, Orion loses a wing.
Oh, whatever. I mean,
what?
Orion, an RK outpost loses a wing every time that you.
I like.
And
I like Batman. I just don't care for anything else in the DC. To be honest with you.
Yeah. No, I'm right there with you too. I mean, because if I was Ryan, I would say, well, you can't really judge it because that was Joss Whedon's vision and not Zack Snyder's. So, but then I go back to say, yeah, well, BVS, both versions of BVS, I didn't like either, and those were both done only by Zack Snyder. So, yeah.
Well, Midnight Edge. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Roy. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, when I judge a movie, I judge it as a moviegoer, not as a fan of DC.
Yeah.
That's really all I say to these people.
Yeah. And that's kind of like, I've always said that too, where for me, because I didn't grow up on the comics and because I didn't, fall in love with the characters and get attached to them, when I go to see these movies and these TV adaptations, I can look at them just as purely as TV or as movies. And that's how I judge it. Does it make sense as a movie? Does it make sense as a product? And that's why for me, Thor Ragnarok, I've always said I'm a huge fan of it. I think it's funny. However, I think any person that critiques it, I know Gary has a lot of critiques of it. When I listen to him, I say, no, that's completely valid. Because if you look at it from a comic perspective, absolutely, there's a lot of flaws that you can point out and are totally legitimate. But because I'm looking at it just from the movie perspective, I'm like, I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun with it, and it's it's entertaining.
Yeah. I can go on that one. I can say that the movie wasn't as bad as some people say, but it didn't do the comics justice. It didn't do the mythology justice.
Yeah. But
it did have more entertaining moments, I think, than a lot of things that bastardize history and mythology and comics. So I was always kind of torn on that one. Mm-hmm. I couldn't really hate it or love it because of that.
Yeah. No, I totally understand. Rosetta, though, before moving on, did you saw the Zack Snyder Justice League trailer? What were your thoughts on it?
I was bored in a few seconds and didn't care because I'm not a Snyder fan.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure one way or the other. So Hallelujah didn't grab you in?
No.
Don't worry. It bothered me too.
I got easily pulled into emotional aspects of things.
Yeah.
I'm honestly the one where if an ad is obviously designed to play on your emotions to make you want to watch it, I get more annoyed at the ad and less likely to watch.
Okay. It's so funny because so many people were already turned off because of the song choice alone. And even, I think he was even, what's his name? First name. His last name's Winters. He's in Bill and Ted. Alex Winters. So Alex Winters actually left a comment too saying, please never use the song Hallelujah in any trailer ever again. And so that was his one comment about it, was just not about the trailer, not about what he saw, but literally it was that song. Please don't ever use it again. The K-Man, did you see it?
Yeah, I did.
What were you think?
Yeah, I think it has potential. Now I'm probably like Snyder's movies a little bit more than you, but I'm far from being a super fan or anything like that. I will critique him on anything. And like you said, the song choice, I probably would have went with something a little bit different. But as far as like the visuals itself, maybe tone it down a little bit on the CGI. But other than that, I mean, it looks. I'll give it a shot.
Yeah,
definitely.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that's something that, you know, a lot of people are going to fall in these different categories. I think there's like kind of three main ones. People that have no interest at all, people that are, you know, maybe I'll give it a shot, you know, don't care one way or the other. And then, of course, then you have like the hardcore fans where it's like, what do you mean you're not seeing this? And obviously there's all the other parts that are in between as well. But okay, very, very cool. Tina, did you see the trailer?
I saw the Batman trailer, unimpressed. Saw the Snyder cut. I'm curious about it. I'm kind of like the K-Man. I know I'm probably more of a Snyder fan. I know I'm more of a Snyder fan than you are, Odin. But I judge movies not so much on their director, but if I like, I was just telling Nathan Slay, he was talking about franchises. I said, I've never been a fan of a franchise. If I like a movie or I love a movie or I feel passionate about one, that's what I like. I'm not like, oh, what's the MCU got coming next? That's the DCEU gonna have coming. I've never been in that frame of mind. So I'm willing to give the Snyder cut a chance if I can find a way of getting HBO Max, because I'm boycotting them now. You know why?
Yes.
I just flat out do not like Robert Pattinson, and I'm sorry. They could tell me he's going to be the next Laurence Olivier. I don't like him. And it has nothing to do with Twilight, which I only saw 2 movies because my niece wanted me to see them because she was into Twilight at the time. So I looked at them. Well, by the time the 3rd one came around, I said, Gabrielle, I can't look at these anymore. She said, that's okay, Aunt Tina, I've moved on. And I'm like, thank God. It has nothing to do with that. I want a man to look like a freaking man. Somebody said he's 31 years old. No, he's not. He can't be. Oh my God. He's got the I looked at The Gentleman the other night. I saw this. I wasn't even sure if it was a girl or a boy until they said Laura. And I said, oh, it's a girl. And she's got a better masculine bone structure than Robert Pattinson.
Oh my God.
That doesn't make any sense. And I'm not talking about, I know we were joking the other day.
I love you, Tina.
I know we were joking the other day when you said you were joking about Jason Momoa being Batman.
Yeah.
No, I was more at the point. I want a man to look like a man. I want a Tyrone Power. I want a Valentino. I want an Errol Flynn, a Gable, a Bogart, a Charlton Heston, even Harrison Ford and Russell Crowe in their prime years. I do not want a 31-year-old who looks like he still looks the same as he did when he was in Harry freaking Potter.
34, by the way.
Oh my God.
34, by the way.
I'm not paying to see a movie to see him.
He's almost my age.
Flipping around.
He's almost my freaking age, and he looks like a ball of soy. He looks like a freaking ball of soy.
Oh my God! I'm sorry.
He's Harry freaking Potter.
I'm sorry. I'm with Tina on this. He looks like a ball of freaking soy.
I can't help it. And then Gary pulls up that picture of him wearing fishnet stockings, a pink wig, and a skirt. And I'm like, "There's your Batman, everybody."
He's just British. Okay?
Olivier was British. Christian Bale is Welsh. Richard Burton was Welsh.
Exactly, Welsh. There's a difference. Maybe. I don't know.
No, I'm sorry.
British.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Let's ask him what I think of British men.
What do you think?
I mean, we had Will Gentry and Hunky Chunky in the chat. Can we make some cracks at British men to them?
Well,
I mean, Laurence Olivier was not only one of the greatest actors of all time, he looked like a man.
Yeah.
Even in his younger years, he goes. So that's my main thing. I'm sorry if that's just like, Tina's being shallow. Yeah, I'm being shallow. When a 34-year-old man looks like he did when he was 16, 17, 18 years old, I can't get over that. I'm sorry. Even DiCaprio, me and my mom used to joke about that all the time. Do you think Leonardo will ever start looking like a man? And it was like, boom, he was in, I think, The Aviator. And it was like, oh my gosh, he finally looks like an adult.
I was just looking at some of the chat because some of the British people in there are like,
Yeah.
don't paint us all with the, Andrew Hoyle says, don't paint us all with the same brush.
No, I'm not, because
that was me. No, that was
to
me.
do-
I was like, well, he is British.
Because I was going to say, all you have to do is look at Olivier or
No,
Richard Burton.
I was
and there
smacking
you
crap a
go.
little.
Cary Grant, yes.
I was talking crap a
Cary
bit,
Grant.
guys. That's my fault. I was kind of intentionally talking crap a little to Hunky, Chunky, and Gentry just to torment them. So that's what they were responding to.
Okay, gotcha. I do need
freaks.
I do need to give. I need to.
All lovingly. It's just teasing.
So, Odin, that
Yeah.
was my opinion. I didn't even know that. I didn't even see Colin Farrell's Penguin.
Yeah.
I saw the character, but it didn't connect with me.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I don't even remember if I saw Paul Dano or not. And I kind of got a glimpse of
Paul.
what's her face as
Paul-
Catwoman.
Paul freaking Dano.
Paul freaking Dano.
Thank you.
And whoever that was in the comments section when you were talking about the trailer, and they said to me, well, wait until the second trailer comes out. It's going to be wonderful. And I said, frankly, I just don't care. We're talking about a movie I don't give a damn about.
Tina.
So there's no need of you posting. It's very kind of you to comment to me, but nothing you say is going to convince me to see it. And if you all tell me Robert Pattinson is the greatest Batman that ever lived, I'm going to shrug my shoulders and say, good for you.
Tina, you had a perfect opportunity there to just say, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Or frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Oh, I should have said that like Christian Bale.
You
Well,
actually-
good for you. Good for you.
No, I was listening to you, and literally you said the entire line, but you separated it into different parts, and I'm like, oh, she was so close. She was so close to quoting Gone with the Wind. I thought it was going to happen.
Oh, my God.
But that
But
also
anyway.
was another awesome, incredible rant brought to you by Tina. If you
Thank
want to
you.
see the last time that she went on one, go look up Parasites. And
Oh, my God.
they're
Go
always
look up my
wonderful.
Forrest Gump rant.
Or the Forrest Gump. That's right, the Forrest Gump rant.
Mhm.
Oh, Lordy. Laura, I saw that you said that you were going to...
Come to think of it, when Tina rants, I usually agree with her.
I feel like most people tend to. Laura, you said you were going to be right back. Are you back? I'll take
Oh.
that as a maybe,
Laura?
as a possibility, as a who knows what's going on. But Laura, once you do get back, just let me know in the chat, and then I will let you have that have that last word, because we've been on you, and I know that Tina's just chomping at the bit to talk about all the films that she's been watching. But while we wait for that, I do want to say hello to some people. So first off, Kip Ellis, thank you very much for the phallic unicorn. Very much appreciate that. And yes, I know I steal that from Gary, but it's just funny. It's just downright funny to me. And let me just, let's see. I know some people have been commenting, and obviously, as you all know, whenever it's the Chosen stream, the Chosen get the attention, get the primary focus. But I do like to see what people are saying. So Andrew Hoyle had talked out the Man Bun Man. Yes, Man Bun Man. Let us see. Nathan Slade tagged at 301 and said, Justice League was so boring to me. I didn't like it at all, really. Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm definitely in there as well. And so I'm intrigued, because when everyone tells me, oh, only 10% of Snyder's vision was in there, then okay, color me intrigued. I want to see how different the movie actually is. But because of BVS, I don't have high hopes. But hey, I'm willing to give it a shot. All right, let's see what else is in there. Andrew Hoyle 305 says...
I'm not.
Andrew Hoyle says, so will the Ang Lee version of the Hulk make its way into Odin's next giveaway? I'm going to say no. The only way I would ever have that movie is if someone sent it to me. And obviously, I always welcome people to send me things as jokes. So if someone were to send me, like, hey, here's 20 copies of Ang Lee's Hulk, I'd be like, I don't know what the hell to do with these. But I guess I'll give them away. It's like, okay, I'm going to have to give it away with something else because no one's going to say, ooh, yeah, I want Ang Lee's Hulk. That's exactly the one that I want. Let's see, though. Anyone else who's a member? Andrew Hoyle says, every guy was a Xena fan over Hercules. Okay. Yeah. I will say this much. I think I like them both equally because during that time, I was just like, oh, these are fun characters. Because when that show was on, I had not hit puberty yet, so I would not have had any of those sick thoughts you're talking about, Andrew Hoyle. How dare you? Anyway, Dean Heiss says, I was a Gabby fan. A Gabby fan. Was that the friend in Xena?
Gabby was, what's her name's friend? Yeah.
Xena's sidekick.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. Everyone's like, I like this person instead.
Whoopty freaking crap.
No. Again, perfect opportunity.
I'm sorry.
To
Did
quote.
I say that?
You could have said,
whoop-de-doo.
What does it all mean, Basil?
Stupid.
Speaking of English people, what does it all
They were
mean,
stupid and they still
Basil?
are.
Don't
Sorry.
yell over me. I was trying to quote a movie.
Yeah.
I was trying to quote a movie.
Emotional. I hate them.
I was trying to quote
Hate them.
I was trying to quote a parody of British people, which I thought you would have appreciated because Austin Powers. Whoop-de-doo. What does it all mean, Basil? That's what you should have said.
I'm sorry. I keep telling you there's a bad delay on this internet.
I'm about to say I've noticed that there's a. Luckily, it's not too bad though. It's just a small delay. Lord Toth's in the chat. What's going on, Lord Toth? Just put LOL and then put wow, dating herself. Don't you say that about Tina? Don't you dare say that about Tina. She is young and beautiful.
Far.
I know you didn't mean it that. I know you didn't mean that way, Lord Toth. Smatter of fact, what's going on? Andrew Hoyle at 321. I have to say it again. Hey, don't paint us all in the same brush. Hope you enjoyed that beautiful accent, courtesy of the stereotypical Bert from not the Wizard of Oz. No, Mary Poppins. That's the one I was going for. Oh, it's Mary Poppins. Oh, let me get you a cup of tea. And I've just offended every person in the UK, and you're welcome. Will Gentry says, ignore her, Odin. She's being vulgar. Ah, yes, of course. Aiden Vickery says, Cary Grant came from
he's one to speak. I've talked to him too much.
Cary Grant came from the same city as me,
Sorry.
Bristol, England, says Aiden Vickery. I did not know Cary Grant was British.
Oh, absolutely.
Did he have an accent? Like, in real life?
Slight.
I just assumed it was his acting persona. Get away from here. Ah, I'm Cary Grant. I don't know why I'm doing Cary Grant this way, but yeah.
but there you go.
You're not good at it?
There you go. He looks like a man.
He does. And then Andrew Hoyle agreed. It says Cary Grant would have made a great Bruce Wayne. That would have been interesting to say the least, for sure. Let's see. Andrew Hoyle, 20 copies of Ang Lee's Hulk equals skeet shooting. Yes, I imagine that for some people, absolutely, that is what they would use that for. No question about it. Let's see. Aiden Vickery says, I would like to remind you, Odin, and Michael Caine and Jason Statham are British, yes, but Michael Caine found a ruby the size of a tangerine. You're welcome. You're welcome. I hope I've made y'all even more mad. Rosetta Allen, I'm just going to read it. That way it can be out there and said. Down with Hercules and Xena. Down with crappy mythology. Yes, indeed. I know that a lot of people will definitely feel that way for sure. Let's see. Nathan Slay, people always talk about their top 10s for movies, but personally, I cannot settle for top 10. I love movies. I can't settle for 10. I'm the same way. People will say, Odin, can you ever make a top 50 films of all time? And I'd be like, no. I can make like a top 3. But if you asked me to go more than that, I would have so many things to consider because genres, time of day, rewatchability, these are all factors that are hard to quantify. And I believe that is Iron Vet. Odin is a dirty, rotten scoundrel. Damn right. Damn right. So, Laura, are you back? Did I vamp long enough? Laura. I'll take that as a no. Laura will get a moment at the end when we're doing conclusions if she wanted to say anything else about the trailers or anything like that. So let's go ahead and move on. So, ZK Man ZK man,
Oh, boy.
what you been watching?
A couple of different movies. One of them's more recent. Another one I had seen before. The more recent one I seen Bill and Ted's Face the Music.
Oh, what'd you think?
And
Oh,
I actually enjoyed it. It reminded me a lot of the first two movies, as far as especially with the two, how Keanu and Alex, their chemistry is still the same as it was whenever they were in the original.
Okay.
And now I will admit that I did feel like the movie itself was rushed. They could have went ahead and made the movie a little bit longer and kind of pulled out the storyline a little bit better. But I mean, other than that, I really didn't have a problem with any of it.
Okay. All right. That's good. Yeah, because I've heard a lot of mixed things about it overall. There's some that are, kind of jumping on this mindset and this overall agenda, I think, for them is to try and push it as an agenda movie and that it's woke. And the things that I've been reading as far as plot points go don't really point in that direction. It sounds more like people are trying to say it's woke for the sake of it rather than, actually bring a good critique of it. So for you, did you notice any political elements or did it just come across as kind of like a fun-loving movie?
Pretty much everything ran smooth. I didn't feel like anything was being preached at me or anything like that.
All right. That's good to hear. Because obviously it's something where I think, we're all going to have different opinions on movies. But when people start kind of trying to push the hard message of, don't go see it and this movie's terrible because it's woke, it's like, all right, is it actually woke or do you just not like some of the directions they go with the characters? Because those are two very different things. And I think we need to check ourselves before we continue to, push the woke, right? Not everything is woke. It reminds me a lot of how there was a time when It Chapter 2 came out and a certain unnamed person went on rants about how it was woke because it featured, gay characters in the beginning, not realizing that that was exactly how it was portrayed in the book. And the book's been around for a very long time. And therefore it really can't be, because the whole concept of wokeness is modern identity politics being thrown into stories that didn't have it beforehand and not stories as they have always been for 20, 30 years, and they're just now being put onto the big screen. And, of course, whole fallout. But I need to shout out Josiah Rises because he was definitely on top of that to say, no, it's not woke at all. So I think it is something where, people that I think are talking about it, this movie specifically, Bill and Ted, I think that they're more on that line where it's like they're trying to find witches and there aren't any in sight. It's like they're yelling witch and there's no real proof of it. So,
but does she float? Does she float like a piece of wood?
Maybe. Does she weigh the same as a duck?
There we are.
If she weighs the same as a duck, then she's made of wood. Of course, I'm going to catch a Monty Python reference, but K-Man, I'm glad to hear that you enjoy that, K-Man. And what was the other film that you watched?
Another one is a movie that is actually made back in 2003. It's called Interstate 60.
Ooh, what's that about?
It's pretty much a low budget type movie. It had what's his name? The one that was just in the Sonic movie.
Jim Carrey?
No, the one that played the sheriff. James.
James Marsters.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I get him. James Marsden. I get him, and I think his name is James Marsters as well, the guy that was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I get those two's names. I don't confuse them like actor-wise, but their names, I confuse them all the time because they're just so similar.
And it also starred Gary Oldman and had others like Christopher Lloyd and also a couple like guest appearances. Like they were on screen for like maybe 2 minutes. You had like Kurt Russell and Michael J. Fox. And basically,
this sounds like a great cast.
Basically, the movie is about this guy that he questions everything in his life. So for his like 23rd birthday, he makes a wish for an answer to his life, and so he ends up Gary Oldman, he's like a magical being. He grants him a wish that takes him on a journey down a interstate that does not actually exist. And so it pretty much, and
it's Interstate 65, you said?
Interstate 60.
Interstate 60. Wow. You're mentioning all those actors, and I'm like, I never knew all of those actors were in the same movie together.
It's one of those ones that I actually, whenever I came across it, was one of those deals back whenever you still had like Blockbuster and stuff like that around. I had just came across this, like, I'm bored. I need something to watch, and I really enjoyed it.
Okay. Very cool. Yeah, that's one that, I'm assuming, knowing Tina, that she'll probably be like, oh, I need to put that on my list because that's something that I've never, and even me, I'm like, I'm hearing that cast, and I'm a huge fan of Christopher Lloyd. So whenever I hear his name, I'm like, I gotta see it because he always comes up with an interesting character.
It's a pretty interesting movie, and it's pretty much the whole premise is like if you had an infinite universe with infinite amount of time, everything that could happen, even the impossible stuff, can happen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because that's something that is interesting because, I bring this up actually a lot in my religion classes too, because we talk about, if you have an infinite number of scenarios, anything can happen. But logically, if we were to make that a more tangible number, the probability of anything happening obviously drops tremendously. So it's interesting that a movie delving into that, right? Because if you do have infinite time, then anything essentially then at that point can and will happen because of just the very nature.
And it's it's one that, like I said, even though it's low budget and it's kind of like a comedy type movie, but it does have a message behind it. And that's what really drew me in, is because I'm always into like movies that have messages and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I was actually just reminding myself as I was saying the words out loud. Isn't that Murphy's Law? Anything that can happen will happen.
Will happen, yeah.
Yeah. So, little Interstellar, I learned Murphy's Law from, but very, very cool. So Interstate 60, I actually wrote that down because that actually sounded really fascinating, and I was sold already by the cast alone. So, anything else that you've been watching? Maybe trailers or TV?
Nothing major here lately. I haven't been watching too much TV here lately.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, because I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to be throwing on just, random news or random broadcast TV right now with everything going on. I'd be like, nope, no, thank you. So, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, the K-Man. And when we get back at the end of where we're, doing closing thoughts, we'll, of course, shout out and talk up the album that you have coming out soon. So if you have any links or anything like that I can share, if you want to start putting that stuff ready into the Twitter DMs, then that way when we come back around at the end, I'll have that stuff to post and share.
All right.
Awesome. Rosetta Allen, with the slight delay, anything that you've been watching recently?
Not a lot, because I've been really working and I'm out here in the mountains. So most of when I'm not working, it's watching nature.
Yeah.
So there's not really much I've been watching.
So yeah, I haven't watched anything, but hey, nature, it's all free and it's beautiful.
It's like God's cable.
Exactly. There. You know what it is? It's like that episode of Family Guy when Peter Griffin's cable's out, and so he like sets up the TV that he attaches to his waist so that everything he sees in front of him looks like it's coming through a TV screen.
I remember that episode.
So obviously, it looks like though you've watched some of the trailers that came out recently from DC. So I guess when it comes to everything going around right now in the DC universe and just in, obviously movie theaters are now opening. Is there anything maybe that has been capturing your attention? Like any trailers for films that make you want to kind of maybe go back or think about going back?
I don't know. I mean, my brain's just disconnected from the modern world. So I'm more like okay, I have a little time. Which old series can I find to rewatch and stuff like that? I mean, before all the storm hit, I was rewatching old things like Mama's Family and stuff.
Wait, what was the?
I've just completely disconnected myself at this point from the modern world, trying to focus on a more simple time, basically.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I totally connect with that. My parents literally live in a time capsule because they've bought all of these old school shows that don't come on anymore. And that's pretty much what they watch. Like, they watch some news programs a little bit just to stay up with what's going on in the world. And then everything else is either an old school film or a TV series that they are getting through. So what was it? I didn't hear. What show did you say you were watching?
Mama's Family.
Mama's Family. What's that about? When did that come out? When did that come out?
Oh my gosh.
Tina, you want to go for this one?
Yeah.
Even I remember Mama's Family.
Yeah, on the old Carol Burnett show, she created a series of characters that she just called the Family.
Ah.
And Carol played Eunice, Harvey Korman. Oh, what was her husband's name? I can't remember her husband's name. And different guest stars would come on and they would play her siblings, or Betty White played
her sister.
The sister. And then they decided to turn it into a TV show, and oh shoot, what's her name? Vicki Lawrence. Continued her role as Mama. And of course, at that time, Vicki Lawrence was like 30 years younger than the character she was playing. But they lived in a little southern town. Mama had to deal with her crazy children, crazy relatives.
Ken Berry.
Played her brother one time.
The son.
So, yeah, but you had different people that at the time when Carol Burnett was on, you would have looked at the show and gone, oh my gosh, there's Ken Berry. I can't miss this. I like Ken Berry. Or, somebody like that. Roddy McDowell was on the show one time playing one of Mama's sons, who was very successful. He had become I think a screenwriter, and none of them cared. They were talking about their own issues. And for anybody that watched the show, the one time I remember we used to quote this line at work, Eunice, who was played by Carol Burnett, had a rabbit named Fluffy. And Fluffy just upped and vanished one day. When she got home from school, there was no Fluffy. And Betty White, playing her evil sister, said, that wasn't chicken we had for dinner that night, Eunice, when Fluffy disappeared. And of course, then Eunice realizes Fluffy was dinner. And then she spends the entire rest of the episode going, Fluffy! Fluffy! And she would look at Mama and go, murderer! Murderer! So Mama's Family was a whole lot more toned down. And it was one of those shows that when I was getting ready for work, I could just look at it and it would go in one ear, out the other. You'd laugh and I could still get dressed for work. Yeah.
Cool.
Just crazy irreverence that you can't really do today without people whining.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Balin de Hobbit said it was kind of a precursor, or it was a different generation's version of Married with Children, I think is what was it Married with Children,
yeah,
or did he?
It would have been a whole lot cleaner version if we're going to compare it to Married with Children. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's kind
I don't know. I actually thought Mama's Family was funny. I never liked Married with Children, so.
Oh, Married with Children, so good.
It was so whiny. It was so irritating.
Oh, but it was so fun and irreverent, and it couldn't be made today.
No, it wasn't fun.
That's why. Yes, it is, Rosetta. Come on.
Remember, I hate everything.
Oh, Lord. So, other than that, anything else watching to escape from the world, Rosetta?
Not really, other than just hopping around streams and watching people if I can't hop on.
Okay, cool. And, of course, we will get an update with your projects as well. So if there's any links that you want me to share, same thing as I was telling to the K-Man, to just get those set up.
Yeah. I was working on that, actually.
Cool. All right. Awesome. Because, we still got a little while because we got to get through a few more people. but just wanted to get that stuff ready. But also, Laura, because you disappeared for a little bit, just to let you finish up, was there anything else that you wanted to say as far as things you've been watching or anything like that?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of musicals. Hold on, let me say goodbye to my kid real quick.
Okay, yeah. Yes, family absolutely comes first.
Always.
Balin the Hobbit says, All in the Family and the Jeffersons were my jam. Very, very cool. All in the Family was one that I loved. Stephanie B also has been saying throughout, there are no more copies of Tomb Raider because of last night.
He says All in the Family, and the first thing I think of is the episode where Edith was going through the change and she actually started screaming at Archie to stifle.
Oh, yes. God, that show is so good. So ahead of its time.
And she leaned down into his ear and started screaming, "Stifle, Archie!" at full volume, and it's like...
If you want to cry, like if you want to have a good cry, watch the last episode of the series.
Or Gloria the Victim.
So, no. It's not the last episode. Whatever, because I forget, because spoilers, it's been 50 years or so. But spoilers, when is it in All in the Family or in Archie Bunker's place that Edith passes away?
I had quit watching by then.
Okay. Because one of the two, there's an episode, if you just look it up, like everything you knew about their relationship, everything you'd ever watched, and you saw just the way they interact with each other, like, it just, obviously, I mean, freaking Carol, amazing actor, like, seriously, like, so underrated as an actor. And he gives this performance when he's sitting on the bed holding a slipper, makes me cry every time I watch it. It's just like, because you just see how much he loved Edith, and like you just remember all the times that he was mean and all the times, but you just see very clearly that it was all just this facade, and deep down he loved his wife. I was just like, oh, I love it. And what's great too is that the actress that played Edith, even though Edith's character is gone, actually came back on Archie Bunker's place playing a different character. So I thought that was actually kind of fun that she actually was able to do her, like, one of her last on-screen roles with him was actually post Edith, which was a lot of fun. Anyway, Laura, you're back, I see.
Oh yeah, the daughter's leaving, so I had to say goodbye.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, classic TV shows, Archie Bunker, Sanford and Son, Designing Women, which was my favorite because it was Southern,
Yeah.
Yes.
So good. It's fun to watch those today.
Yeah.
The humor, it's like they couldn't say anything dirty, so the humor
had to be more clever. It had to be more clever to get it through. And
yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned Sanford and Son, because that as a show, I think, gets quoted so often, and I think some people don't even realize that they're quoting it, because everyone at some point does the "I'm coming, Elizabeth, I'm coming." Like, in some form or fashion, people do that, and I think some people don't even know where it comes from.
When we were moving into our apartment, we moved from a house to an apartment, one of my 30-some moves I've had in my life. And we had everything on the back porch for some reason. Yeah. And I was walking through singing the Sanford and Son song. It looks like a junkyard back here.
I've made my house into the Sanford and Son house.
I was like, we got too much stuff. We got to downsize. Too much. It's like like redneck. You got your washer and dryer on the porch, and couch.
Hey, when it's nice and cool outside, a couch sounds pretty nice. So why not?
Put it on the porch.
Put it on the porch. Why not? But thank you very much.
I got into a lot of.
Hey, I'm health folk. I'm all good with that. I'm health folk.
Huh? What? What?
What's happening?
Huh?
I don't know. What were you saying, Laura? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. We're all kind of overlapping each other sometimes.
I feel like that moment in Sister Act. Alma, fix your battery. Alma, check the battery.
Yeah, but I'm trying to fix the internet.
Well, fix your internet then.
I can't. I'm in the middle of the freaking mountains. What do you want?
I want you to get some tinfoil, a bunch of hangers, and extend the satellite or whatever signal you have up past the mountains. I want it to go up past the mountains so that we get crystal clear image. But anyway, so Laura, what were you saying?
Oh yeah, I've gotten into a lot of musicals lately. Just try to keep my spirits up.
Yes.
While the state's on fire.
So what you been watching?
Oh yeah, Hamilton, of course.
Okay.
Because it's there.
Now, did you do research before watching it?
Oh yeah, I've read the Hamilton biography. So
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I only asked because my wife tried to watch it and only got halfway through, not because she didn't like it, but because she couldn't understand any of the words because it was so quick. And even with subtitles on, it was hard to follow because when you actually break the words down, this is actually kind of fascinating. Even though I have no interest in seeing it personally, I can at least give them kudos that if you take all of the words in that show and put it at a typical pace that normal musicals have, the show would be over 5 hours long. And instead, it's a 2.5 hour show. So imagine all of that being condensed into these quick songs. So I asked because some people say the best way to enjoy it is to actually read the script and the lyrics before, because then you can just sit back and enjoy the experience instead.
Oh, yeah, I had to turn the subtitles on. The first time I watched it, I had to turn the subtitles on. But then, the way that they filmed the play, it was so visually interesting. So I was like, okay, the first time through, I'm just going to follow the story. And I kind of knew the story, but, kind of follow the words of the song. And then the second time I turned the subtitles off and just enjoyed the music and the costumes and the, everything going on stage, watching the actors. And it was much easier the second. Something about those songs, those are the catchiest songs I think I've heard in a decade.
Yeah.
It's just, I was at work just walking around singing the songs. I'd played I downloaded all of the music and was listening to it as I worked, and it just sticks in your head. It's horrible.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those musicals where you either love it or you hate it. It's like either it makes sense to you and it clicks with you, or it just doesn't. And that's kind of like been with me. It's just I've heard some like excerpts from it, and I'm like, that's just not my style. Like that's just not me. But I think that it's really cool what they were able to do with being able to jam in all of this history and all this backstory into the amount of time that they were. And there's one song that I've heard where it's like the fastest, I think it may have even set a world record, where it's like the most words spoken in just like a couple of seconds. So like that to me is worthy of praise, because that's just impressive. Like that's just physically impressive.
Yeah, I mean, as a Southerner, I'm just duty bound to hate anything of and about New York, So there were a lot of references in there, like, New York's the greatest city in the world, and I'm like, yeah, okay. No.
It's like, sure it is, especially today. I mean,
yeah, shoot, them ragging on New Jersey was kind of funny though. They rag on New Jersey through the whole.
Oh, poor New Jersey. New Jersey can never catch a break. They're always getting crapped on, like literally and figuratively as well.
Yeah.
If you've ever been to Jersey, you catch the reference there.
Yeah, that's true. It was a bit confusing because they used characters like the guy who plays Lafayette at the beginning is the guy who plays Jefferson. And then one of the girls plays two different roles. And it was kind of confusing. I was like, wait a minute.
I can see why, yeah. Especially when everything's moving so quickly. Yeah. It's like, wait a minute, I thought you were this. Wait, I thought you were, wait, who, what, where? Yeah, I can see why that'd be.
I gotta point out, when you make the crack about Jersey, the first thing I thought of was watching Futurama, the robot devil, and who would have thought there's an actual factual hell, and that it's in New Jersey? Well, actually,
people knew this long ago. And so Laura, you saw Hamilton. What other? Because you said musicals plural. So was there another one that you watched?
Yeah. Let's see. Greatest Showman. Oh my God, so good.
Yes.
Have you seen it?
Oh, I love it. I mean, I've said this before. I can't believe the people that wrote the music for that also did La La Land, because La La Land sucks, but Greatest Showman's amazing. So yeah, go ahead, give us your thoughts.
Oh yeah, just good. Great music, great. I like the story, and I didn't know that the one girl could, the one who played his wife, forget. As per normal, I don't know anybody's name.
Yes.
But I didn't know she could sing.
Heath Ledger's former wife.
Yes. Michelle something.
Michelle Williams.
Yes.
Yeah.
I got half of it. I had no idea she could sing and dance. She was delightful. I liked her.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Zendaya. So it's good to see where I think this was her first big role, as far as I know.
Yeah, outside of Disney, like outside of like the Disney TV roles, I think that was her first big one.
Oh yeah, and then when they were doing all that rope work, I remember you telling me about the behind the scenes that they were all crashing into each other.
Yeah. There's a great video online, and it's them they're trying to do they go back, and then they're both on ropes. They hit each other, but they're supposed to hit each other in a way where their momentum has them spin. And there's a couple where they just, bam, like just smack into each other. And it's great because it's the actors themselves doing it.
Yeah, I got to catch that. I got to look that up. That was...
Oh, it's worth
that
watching.
Rope work was amazing.
Yeah.
All the circus art stuff was pretty good.
Oh yeah, for sure. And also, I mean, speaking of behind the scenes stuff, look up. There is another great video. All the stuff's leaked online on YouTube. And for anyone watching, I recommend looking up if you like Greatest Showman, or if you plan to watch it after this and want to look more into it. They actually videotaped the performance that they did in front of the producers, where they were literally trying to sell the movie, because the movie hadn't been greenlit yet. And so basically they handled it, the whole movie, almost like a Broadway show, where they actually did a lot of stage work for it outside. They actually, what's the term that's used for it when you're trying to get a play ready and you're trying to get it set for Broadway? They did something, but they did it all through official channels or whatever it is. But it's amazing because you see these actors and they're giving their heart and soul just in, no costumes or anything, because they're literally singing the songs for the first time in front of the producers, trying to sell, like literally their life is on the line, because if they don't convince the people that's worth telling. And Hugh Jackman's there because he's obviously been behind the project for a long time. And he unfortunately had an accident where he had to have like surgery on his nose. And so he actually had someone, Jason Jordan, who had been in Smashed on TV. He's also done some Broadway stuff. He was singing actually for that role because the doctor told Hugh Jackman not to sing. And then they start singing from now on. And he gets so emotional, he cuts he cuts Jordan off and starts singing it. And you're just like, he starts like crying. It's amazing. I think you would thoroughly enjoy it.
I'll have to check all that out.
Yeah.
I love when movies have good behind the scenes stuff. It really adds to the feature.
I recommend buying the Blu-ray as well, because they're all available there as well if you don't want to go on YouTube or utilize the internet. So there's your selling point of the day, everybody. Go buy it on Blu-ray. It's actually it's a fun movie. It really is. And also, Laura, I think you can kind of confirm, they could have gone in a very political direction with the story, and they didn't. They were just like, no, these are people. And they were viewed as freaks at that time. And they all, just like everyone, has human dignity and is worthy of love and respect. And they don't ever go in a political direction. I thought to me, it was refreshing, because they could have, if they wanted to, gone in so many different directions, but they didn't.
Well, it's a great example of how to put stuff in your movie that has a message, but, obviously you're not bashing people over the head with it, or,
Yeah, absolutely, because there's that one storyline about race, but because of the time in history it's taking place, it works. It makes total sense. And you're like, yeah, that would have been a problem for these two to be together at that time. And they don't make it into the entire plot. They make it into a subplot. And it totally works within the framework of the story, and it doesn't distract or anything. And yeah, it's fantastic. If we haven't sold this movie enough, I don't know what else will, because it really is just... It's so good. I love it. But I'm glad the music's also just so catchy and so good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the songs are really good.
Yep.
I watched actually the first part of it on, I think it was like FX Now, and logged back in the next day to finish watching it, and it wasn't on FX Now anymore.
Oh, no.
I was just like, what? Where is it? What happened? So I had to wait. I think it showed up on Disney Plus or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, because I think it was originally a Fox, so that would have made sense for it to transition over.
Yeah, right. That's great. Google's great for that. If you're trying to figure out where a movie is,
Tina knows this very well, because when we were doing our movie mornings, she would sometimes have to Google search something real quick and say, "Oh, yep, it's on Vudu, and it's for sale or it's for rental."
Vudu. And I told you before, I did watch Hairspray, which is a Zac Efron.
Yeah.
I think this is like the fourth cast that's done this movie, but
well, I think as far as like big productions, like big movie versions of it, there was the one non-musical version with Ricki Lake. Fun fact, Ricki Lake.
That's what I saw.
Yeah. She was an actress, and she played Tracy Turnblad in the original live action. And then they, of course, have the musical version, which came out many years later. And yeah, what'd you think of that one?
Yeah, it had Zac Efron and James Marsters. I love him so much. Anything that he's in, he's just a delight, as they say.
Yeah, absolutely. Because people don't realize that he can sing, but he has that, and then he also has Enchanted. He's in too, where he plays the prince.
I love Enchanted. Yeah, that's a great.
Yeah.
He does have that Prince Charming quality about him.
He does. He's got that, the iron jaw, it's.
Oh, yeah.
Or as Tina would say, he's a real man,
He's a real man, yeah.
He is. He kind of like, he's the host of a dancing show, kind of like a Soul Train for very, very white people dancing show.
Oh my God.
For those that have never heard the plot of Hairspray before, it's actually pretty clever, because when you watch it in 2020 lens, you're like, wait, what? Did they just say that there's a special day of the week where people of color are allowed to dance? What is going on in this story?
Yeah, it's like it kind of had a Grease vibe to me, but it's set more in the late 50s.
Yeah.
Versus the it was so like corny and cheeky, and it had John Travolta playing the main female role as like a super overweight.
He's so bad in it.
Washerwoman.
When he starts singing, I'm like, so oh good. No, Johnny, you can't sing anymore. If you ever could, I was like, no. But Christopher Walken plays.
He never could really.
Christopher Walken though. Christopher Walken plays the husband.
Oh, that's right.
Now he's great in it. He does a great job in it for sure. But yeah, just hey Tracy, look at me. That's how he sings, and it's so bad. And and that's also, they could have brought back Harvey Fierstein, who did the original Broadway rendition. And if you don't think you know him, if you've ever seen the movie Mrs. Doubtfire, do you know Robin Williams' gay brother in the movie? That's Harvey Fierstein. He's got that very raspy voice, and it's very unique. Oh, honey, I'm so happy.
Also.
Yes.
Also at the Smoochie, also in Independence Day, also in...
That's right, he is in those. I forgot he was in Death to Smoochie. And then, that's right, he was also in Independence. He has that voice, though. It's so unique. It's so distinct.
I gotta call my lawyer. Forget about my lawyer. I just gotta get out of here.
That's right. Forget about my lawyer. I gotta get out of here. I just love his voice. It's just so good. But, yeah, I thought the movie version was pretty good. And they actually had a pretty good cast for it too. And when you look at, I would, if you haven't done so, research the story of how they found that Tracy, because it's actually kind of cool how they found her.
Huh. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, she wasn't a known actress, and general story. There's more to it, but I think she was a waitress, and there was a casting call, and she auditioned and she got the part. So it's just like kind of a cool thing. We're like, sometimes Hollywood can do cool things. Not often, but sometimes they can.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah. And also, a fun fact, Tracy's had to be changed very often because one of the parts or one of the qualities of Tracy is that she's supposed to be a rotund, younger girl. And when you're doing 8 performances a week and you're doing all of that dancing and all that work, many of them would just lose any weight they had. And they would become very, very skinny. And so, they actually had to transition people out because they were no longer fitting the part and fitting the role, which I thought was interesting because I'm like, yeah, it makes sense.
It's funny that you mentioned that because towards the end of the movie, they take her from like a 50s look to more of like a hip 60s look.
Yeah.
And she did. Towards the end of the movie, she looked completely different.
Yeah.
And that makes sense then. She probably lost all that weight doing all that dancing.
Because she dances almost the entire show. And if you're doing that 8 shows a week, that's a pretty good workout to get in there. And, well, after all, also, Laura, don't forget, welcome to the 60s. Welcome to the 60s. Whoa, oh. Also, when you said corny, I was about to drop another joke and say, oh, you mean Corny Collins?
going to college. It was, the music wasn't super catchy, but I love all that 50s music and all, the dances, the stuff that my mom would always do and show us. This is how we used to dance. And, do the shag and all of that.
And do the twist.
And the Watusi.
Oh, then you get
I'm gonna bite my tongue after you said that, even though I know it's a dance, just because my brain.
Yes, you're thinking of UK. You're thinking of your UK friends. I can only imagine.
No. I'm just gonna bite my tongue now.
Okay. Also, the mashed potato is a move I don't think I could ever learn how to do. It looks so complicated.
Well, we live fairly close to Myrtle Beach, and we would go down. Oh God! Every summer we go down for 2 weeks, and they would have all these dance contests. My 40-year-old mom be out there kicking. Everybody's took us.
Nice. Yeah, mama. That's awesome.
Great. It was like that scene from Pulp Fiction.
Oh,
I want that trophy.
All I can think of though is just John Travolta doing this little twist move with the hands up and everything. So good. Well, thank you, Laura. Anything else?
No, I mean, it was funny. As much as I enjoyed Hamilton, I really did feel like the lead actor was like the weakest part of the whole thing.
Yeah, and he wrote the show. I believe
I know.
They filmed it with him coming back for the role. So
he's so talented, but I don't know. It's just everybody seemed to like overshadow him.
Yeah. Well, he can't really sing very well. Like, I feel like every time he's doing the rap and the hip hop stuff, that's more his style. But then when he tries to sing, you're like, not really a singer per se.
I mean, the songs were. I mean, he's an amazing songwriter, and especially he did the Lullaby, where him and Burr are singing a song to their newly born children, and I think that's just a beautiful song. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he didn't trust anybody else with the role.
Or the producers thought that they would be able to get more eyes on it with him, because obviously he originated the role, and I think they got all of the original cast back, if I'm not mistaken, give or take one or two people. But
that wasn't filmed in New York on Broadway.
It was, I believe, but the show's been, I think, it's still on. I can't remember when they filmed it though. I can't remember if they filmed it when he was still there, or if he came back for like a special engagement for the filming process. Because normally what they do for shows like that, when they do the filming, they normally film multiple shows, and sometimes if they need to cut things together, they can do that, just to make sure that it all flows and that's the best take. And if anyone makes a mistake or anything, they can try and fix it. But very, very cool.
Yeah, I like that rotating stage. That was neat.
Yeah, it's a show I might have to give a shot to one day, because I'm not giving away my shot. You're welcome.
Well, just be prepared to be singing that for like the next 2 weeks.
I am not giving away my shot. See, that's the only line of the whole song I'd be singing though, because
it does. It's a theme that runs through the whole. I don't want to spoil anything for you, but that's kind of like the.
You mean spoil the history that's already played out?
Well, some people don't know every nook and cranny of history. I'm just saying.
This is true. Tina, this is a time for you to not tell. Well, if you want to talk about the history, I'll tell you what happened. much.
Hamilton's a good example of what I, as a history major, I see a lot. Like the Civil War guys are like the worst, but you have people who like do a deep dive into a specific, very interesting area of history. And then when they come at you when they find out you're a history major, and they're like, you don't know how many buttons General Washington had on his coat at the such and such battle. How could you possibly call yourself a history major? And it's like, okay, dude.
And that's when you just step in and you say, excuse me, I'm a modern major general, so get out of here.
I will not be spoken to that way.
Well, thank you, Laura, for sharing. And I'm so glad you brought up Greatest Showman, because that's a film I want to go back and watch. Because sometimes every now and then when I'm in the car, I have to put the soundtrack on, because it's just it's so much fun. But anyway, before jumping to the next person, just gonna go to the chat for a little bit. So Balin the Hobbit says, should Marvel, because this is actually a comment that I did want to answer out loud too, because the question was, should Marvel end the Black Panther franchise? I personally think they should. I think that it would be very respectful to Chadwick Boseman's memory. obviously rest in peace Chadwick Boseman, for them to not try and continue the franchise. Now, I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to have a Black Panther 2, but I do think that they are going to continue, obviously, the Wakanda universe. And this kind of explains things too, because remember how there were the rumors that Black Panther was kind of going to go away and was going to, maybe take a back seat to his sister, and everyone was freaking out saying, no, this is ridiculous. Now, kind of in context, it makes maybe more sense, because maybe it was that he didn't know how much time he had, and maybe the people in the film knew that, because obviously he kept the news of his cancer very, very close to the chest, because almost no one knew about it. And so that's why his death was such a shock, because everyone's like, wait, he was sick? I mean, we looked at some photos and we knew that he was getting thin, and we were, people were concerned, but we didn't know what it actually was. So obviously that was kind of the direction that was being talked about. So it kind of makes sense if they do continue Wakanda and focus on those other characters, because the other characters that get focus really in the movie are his sister and obviously the guard as well, the royal guard. So I think that they should be respectful. I would love for them to do, obviously, and I think they will, because they normally do, a tribute to the character and specifically to the actor as well. And I don't want them to, and I don't think they will, at least for some time. I don't think they're going to replace someone else playing Black Panther. I don't think they're going to do that, because that definitely would be very disrespectful. And if there's anything that, especially with this franchise and the audience that they are able to get with this one, I don't think that they would do that, because I think it would piss a lot of people off, especially in that audience that they're able to get with it. So that's just my thought.
Yeah, I was gonna say the sister is the only way to do it, because there is actually a whole arc in the old comics where she took over for a long time while he was basically AWOL, and so you could take that arc and do it with respect to him, but you'd have to do it correctly. Otherwise, it needs to be let go.
Yeah. Well, I think they would make a very, thank you for mentioning it, because I didn't know. Glad to have someone that knows the comics history. And I think that the only variation they would have to make is that instead of him being AWOL, I think having him be passed away and them acknowledging it. Normally they wait for those tributes at the end. I think it'd be beautiful before Black Panther 2 starts, or whatever they want to name it, that they have a tribute at the beginning. And then that kind of bleeds into, okay, now what do we do? Like, now our king is gone. And then they could use that arc, because it would essentially not have to change all that much other than him being dead instead of it being AWOL. So yeah, hopefully they do that. Hopefully they're able to be respectful. I think they will be. So, Lord Toth in chat says anything that
I hope they will. And you know how little faith I have on them.
Yes, obviously. And all we can do is hope for the best, though, especially in situations like this. We can hope that they will go in a better direction with it. Let's see. Lord Toth, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Yes, indeed. Angry Mango, who became a member today, said that their top 5 favorites for him were the 1951's The Day the Earth Stood Still, The Shawshank Redemption, Blazing Saddles, Big Trouble in Little China, and The Green Mile. You all have a great day. Aloha. Aloha, Angry Mango. So maybe that's an indication of what part of the world you're in. But thank you for that. Thank you for sharing your top 10, or rather your top 5. And yeah, Shawshank Redemption, by far one of the best made films of all time, I would argue. Blazing Saddles, of course, is fantastic. And don't ever watch it on, HBO Max, because you'll get a little trigger warning beforehand. Buy the actual Blu-ray, where you don't have to worry about that garbage. And then Green Mile, of course, as well, is also fantastic. Let's see. Andrew Hoyle says, nicely put. You're welcome. I'm assuming you were talking about me, because it's all about me, right? No, I'm kidding.
Nice arrogance.
Yeah, you're welcome. Iron Vet says, Greenland with Gerard Butler looks fine. I think you mean Gerard Butler looks fine in Greenland. Or that in Greenland, Gerard Butler looks fine. And I know Tina will go see Greenland. If there's any movie that will bring Tina back to the theaters,
either way,
it's going to be Greenland. Because, yeah, by the way, Tina, I don't know if you knew this, but Gerard Butler's coming out in a new movie.
Oh,
called Greenland.
I haven't seen a Gerard Butler movie in forever.
Since 300, I bet.
No, seriously. I saw him in that movie that I can't remember.
Hopefully it wasn't Phantom.
No, it's the one.
Gamer.
It's the one where what's his face? I hated Gamer. What's his face was the prosecutor, and Gerard Butler's family got murdered. And because he was such a slime bag prosecutor, he said, I've never lost a case. That's why I'm plea bargaining this. And then Gerard Butler goes after the entire prosecution team to take them out.
Law-abiding citizen?
That's it.
Okay.
And it had a different ending. I finally looked that up because me and my mom were so angry at the end because we were like, no, Gerard Butler shouldn't have died at the end of that.
Spoiler!
Jamie Foxx should have been punished. He was lousy. He got everybody killed. And in the original ending, Jamie Foxx's character gets set up for something because Gerard Butler had planned it that way. And you're like, that would have been justice.
Tina.
That's how the movie should have ended.
Tina, spoiler warning next time.
I figured everybody had seen it.
It's been 11 years.
11 years.
Oh, it's
Now you gotta do the spoilers until at least 12 years.
Yes.
Everyone knows.
I saw someone in the chat. I'll mention the movie in a moment, but it was a movie from 1914 and somebody gave it away. And somebody said, hey, just because this movie's 100 years old doesn't mean I haven't seen it yet. I can watch it.
It's like those people that will, you tell them, by the way, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. Wait, what? What?
I thought the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor. That's what Animal House said.
Spoiler warning.
Oh, wait. No, the people that sat in the theater in Lord of the Rings going, Gandalf's alive?
Oh, my God.
It's not like the book's been around.
Like, why are you even fucking...
Oh, it's okay. You stopped yourself a little bit short there, but I do of course need to play this clip though. Everyone, please enjoy this clip that will play for just a few seconds.
You leave me no choice but to declare you excommunicado.
There you go. So you've also been declared excommunicado once again for dropping the F-bomb. So thank you. I'm kidding. You're good. You're fine. I haven't played that clip in a long time though, so I wanted to play it again. Oh, you're good. You're fine. It didn't sound like it. And if any students watching, that's no-no language. All right? That's no-no language.
No.
If any children are watching, that's
remember,
no-no
I am
language.
the crassest person here. It's my fault.
Oh, no, it's fine. And I will have everyone know that on all the streams that we have every single month, I think it's only happened maybe twice in, 13 months where she has slipped at all. And if you actually go to her channel and watch some of her streams, that's incredibly impressive.
Why do I feel like that was an insult as well as a compliment at the same time?
That was a backhanded compliment.
That is a compliment to your character and your self-control. That is what it is. Come on. But seriously, it's okay. It's fine. All right, let's see anything else in the chat. Let's see. I think got a couple more tags in here. 70B says, it has been a great privilege to be a Valkyrie, but since there is no more copies of Tomb Raider, I must take my leave. Chief. Well, I will have you know that there is at least one more copy that I'm holding up right now of Tomb Raider, but it's my copy. So technically there is one left, but it is not available for giveaway, Stephanie B. But yes. Don't leave, Stephanie. Don't leave. Nathan Slay tagged. It says, I would be angry if they were...
Will's making fun of me in chat.
You knew that was going to happen. I mean, that's kind of what they do, right? Nathan Slay, I would be angry if they replaced Black Panther. So, if so, I would hate the MCU even more. Yeah, if they replaced him outright, I think a lot of people would be pissed off for sure. And then says that for him, his top 5 are The Dark Knight, Jaws, Die Hard, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Shawshank Redemption. Nice. Good list there. Andrew Hoyle then says, sorry, there's only one Jack Burton. Jack Burton.
Oh.
Jack Burton is from Big Trouble in Little China.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
They're talking about remaking it.
Yes.
Oh.
Or something.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Please don't. Don't remake classics. Dean Heiss says, did you know the boat sank at the end of Titanic? Dean Heiss! Spoiler warning, okay? Lord. Sometimes 100 years isn't enough. 100 plus, it's not enough. Lord. Lord Tothan says, John Wick biatches. Yes, John Wick is fantastic. So that is true. And Lord Toad says, original Tomb Raider is a guilty pleasure. There, I admitted it. Damn it. Back into rehab. Angelina. And I'm not going to say the last bit of letters he puts there because it indicates something foul. But yes, Lord Toad, I think a lot of people would say the original Tomb Raider is by far a guilty pleasure because it's not a good movie. At least it's guilty pleasure. Unlike the sequel, which is just bad. So, yeah. Anyway, Mr. Roy, what you been watching?
I did manage to make it to the movies, so I watched New Mutants.
Okay. What'd you think?
It does exist.
Yes, it does. It does exist.
It's kind of bad.
Okay. It's not good. I will say that much. It's definitely not good. So why for you do you think it's bad?
Yeah, like the first half of the movie is like really boring. It feels like a CW like coming of age like teenage like movie, and then the second half of it turns into like this horror movie. It's I don't know. I didn't like the characters.
Yeah, and I think that's a good way of explaining it, is that the first half is like teen drama, and then second half is horror. But I think, would you say that the second half is better than the first because it does focus on that horror element?
Yes, it almost feels like it was directed by two different people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's almost like it took them, 3 years to get the movie to play anywhere, right?
Yeah, and that's what's weird about it. Like, I watched Chris Stuckman's review on it, and he said that what you see in the movie theater is what they shot in 2017.
Yeah.
There's no reshoots in this movie.
Yeah. That's what's crazy. They've had 3 years to get this thing right and to fix any problems. And the fact that there weren't reshoots and yet it feels like there were speaks volumes to the creative team behind it.
Yeah, I even looked at like the Wikipedia article on like the production stuff, and it's miles long. Like,
yeah.
I didn't have time to read it. It was insane.
Oh yeah, because go ahead.
What the production nightmare that they probably had.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure. And also too, you get to the production section and then it's going to have all of the different release dates and why they had to change it on that specific occasion. So it's just so crazy. Yeah. I'm in that, I've mentioned this before in my review. Like, I'm kind of in that middle ground where I didn't hate it. I don't think it's great. For me, I think it's worth getting, if you really want to go to a theater and you need something new to see, $5, sure. Why not? If it's just to go back to see a movie on the big screen, sure, do it. But if you don't, that's fine too. And I would say if you watch it on Netflix, it's not going to be a waste of time per se, because it's 90 minutes and there's some kind of cool stuff in there.
It's hard for me to give advice to anyone that likes the X-Men movies because I've not seen any of the bad ones. So I have a hard time comparing it to anything.
Oh, so you can't respond to Scotty Boy Mendelssohn's comment that it's the worst X-Men film.
I'll say it's probably right about where X-Men The Last Stand is. Probably.
Okay. Which I will argue is still better than Dark Phoenix and
that's what I heard.
Yeah. And Origins, X-Men Origins Wolverine. Because, like, to me, those are, like, the two bottom-of-the-barrel, like, films. Like, just garbage films. And so, like, this one, it's more Last Standy. Like, where it's not total trash. Like, there's some things where you're like, oh, I like this actor. Or I like this imagery. But then it's also, but it's not very good in compared to the other two films.
Yeah, you could tell that they had another director directed. And,
yeah.
I mean, it's good that it has mostly the same actors in it. But it's worse than the first two.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And what did you think about looking at these actors on screen and realizing, wow, this is 4 years ago when they were filming this? And
it was really strange. It's got that Game of Thrones lady and
Maisie Williams. And it's funny.
I didn't think the main character lady. I don't know what the young girl. I don't know. I don't think she acted really that well in this movie.
No,
especially to compare it to the other actors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely felt an odd choice because her name, no lie, is Blue Hunt. BLU Hunt. That's her name. Born in 95, so she's a younger person. But really her only real credits, really not a whole lot, are she was in the originals. She was in several episodes of that TV show. And then everything else was TV. And then obviously the very next credit she gets is the New Mutants. And you're like, well, that was 4 years ago. And since then, she's had one series come out. And that came out 2019, 2020. So there was a long period where she didn't work at all, really, it looks like.
Yeah, and all the other actors seem to have different. I've recognized them from different movies and stuff, so they have experience acting. It seemed like this main actor didn't have much experience.
Yeah. To me, having Maisie Williams, who, regardless of what we think about season 8 of Game of Thrones, which we know is trash, she was great. Like, acting-wise, like, she grew up with the show very well, and I think she really became a very talented and controlled actress. She, I thought, was great in the role that she was in, even though this was back during Game of Thrones, and also back when Game of Thrones was good, since this was about 4 years ago. And then you have also Anya Taylor-Joy, who I've always been a fan of, and some people maybe don't recognize her name, but if anyone's ever seen Split, she is the main actress in Split. So she does a great job in that film, and I think that she also... And I think it kind of goes to your point, though. There were actors in here that were just on a completely different level. And it didn't make sense that Blue Hunt was the lead when you had Maisie Williams, who could have carried it, Anya Taylor-Joy, who could have carried it. Then you have, of course, Charlie Heaton, who most people recognize from Stranger Things, because obviously he plays the character of Jonathan Byers, the bigger brother of the kid that gets... that goes missing in the first season. So he's also a very talented actor as well. And for some reason, they just decide to put this girl who has no acting credits at all in the lead. It just didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think they realized they made a mistake and tried to hold the movie off, and then people were like, yeah, release it, and then they just released it.
Yep. Pretty much. And, you know, I think the reason why was because they knew, okay, not really a big gamble to put this out there financially, so might as well try and make some money off of it. But yeah.
I guess it's just to pull people into movie theaters, because, I mean, the only reason I'm going is to see new stuff. I really don't care to see anything old.
Yeah. I think it's definitely a part of that as well. And right now, there's nothing else really major out unless you want to count Unhinged, which I would, because Unhinged is going to be... I just know it's going to be the greatest experience of my life.
It is.
You know, it's going to transform me. I just know it because Tina's just been talking up the fact that she wants to see this movie so bad. And so I'm like, we know you love Unhinged. Don't try to deny it. But yeah, no, I think that's a good point, though, about the acting and just how inconsistent it is, because you have 3 actors that are all great. And then the guy that plays the flame guy, because I don't even think it's supposed to be any of the characters that have been established in previous films, also him was kind of just bland and generic as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the flame guy. I mean, they're all generic.
Oh, yeah. And also, I mean, this kind of makes sense because for anyone wondering, this dude that wrote the show, that wrote the movie, Josh Boone, he wrote something called The Pretenders, something called All We Had, and something called Stuck in Love. And the only thing he's directed was The Fault in Our Stars, which explains the first half of the movie, Mr. Roy, as that teen drama. And then a show called The Stand, which came out this year, or is supposed to come out this year. So not a whole lot there, which seems to be pretty indicative of, for some reason, studios want unknown people directing and writing their movies. And it makes no sense.
They're cheap.
It's cheaper.
They are cheap.
Because you know the ones are mostly hated right now.
Yeah. Absolutely, it's cheap. But then you're like, you could totally save money and not use so much CG and save up for a half-decent director.
I forgot who brought this up as a director, but they said something about directors really don't do much in these heavily CGI movies these days. They basically direct actors on blue screen stages, and then the rest of it's taken over by the CGI department.
Well, yeah. Also, I think that brings up a good point, too, that when you're under a giant corporation, the question is how much control do directors actually have? And I think that might also go into you and Laura's point, right? That it's cheap, but also the studio can completely control them. And that director, as an unknown, is not going to have as much desire to fight back. You know, if you put Steven Spielberg there and a studio tries to tell him what to do, Spielberg's going to be like, oh, you want to play that? I walk. Good luck. Right? Because he can do that. You know, he has the money and he has the influence to do that. But someone like Josh Boone here, I mean, kind of makes you wonder, was that the studio's decision to make it into this giant mess, or was that Josh Boone? It makes you kind of sad. So, Mr. Roy, you said you also were able to see some other things since movies are back available. Mr. Roy? Hello? Oh, no, Mr. Roy got dropped again.
Oh, no.
No, Mr. Roy.
Where's Horsey just disappeared?
No. I'll get to some comments while we wait for him to jump back in. Andrew Hoyle at 427 says, Charlie Heaton is English too. All right, now, don't get too ahead of yourself now, all right? All right, Brits. Okay, all right. Anyway, Alex McCarthy. Oh, Alex McCarthy's awake. What's going on? He says, Johnny Lawrence is the real Karate Kid, not that punk Daniel LaRusso. Speaking of which, I actually started watching Karate Kid Part 1 last night, and I don't know if anyone's noticed this, but at least on Android, you now have the option to speed up what you're watching on Netflix natively. You can now watch movies and shows at 1.5 speed.
Ugh.
You're welcome. If you ever want to get through something quickly, that's one way to do it.
Sorry, I don't like the sped up.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same. The voices are so irritating when you speed people up. I'm sorry.
Well, it depends on how it's sped up, because there's some ways of speeding things up where it does change tone and pitch, but then there's others where it actually doesn't change it. It's just quicker. So I prefer the quicker one than the pitch change.
It's not even tone and pitch. It's annoying having them go that fast.
Yeah.
It's like trying to watch freaking. No.
I would never watch a movie for the first time on a faster speed. But, like, for instance, I'm trying to watch all the Karate Kids so that I can rewatch Cobra Kai again. And so I am going to watch, quote-unquote, watch speed run through the films that I've already seen. But I would never recommend anyone else do that. Mr. Roy, you're back. I had to vamp for you. I hope everything is okay.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm on hotel Wi-Fi.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
You have to cut the computer off and restart it.
That's right. That's right. So I was saying, so you saw New Mutants. Did you see anything else in theaters?
I saw Unhinged.
Oh, yeah. So what'd you think? Was it good?
No, but it's really unintentionally funny.
Oh, it's okay. It's funny. That's good. That's good.
You need to write movie reviews. Oh my god, it's like Mr. Roy's brief movie reviews. It wasn't good.
No, it needs to be set up though, like with someone else saying, "Was it good?" and then just pause. No, no, it wasn't. So how was it? How is it unintentionally funny?
Fat Russell Crowe. Oh my god, he's like one of the best.
I hate hearing this. This is breaking my heart.
He did it for the role.
It's kind of hard to talk. I want you to see the movie first before I say anything about it, because it's something else.
Yeah, no spoilers on this film, because this is a film I have to see.
I may have to skip this one. I recommend seeing it. I mean,
so it's fun.
Some people enjoy it. Some people get a really good laugh out of it.
Okay, so it's not a good movie objectively, but you think that a lot of people would find it entertaining at the very least.
Yeah.
Or is it so bad it's good?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's so bad. To me, it's so bad. It's really funny.
Ooh.
Especially Russell Crowe.
I like those movies. I have to watch this, and then Tina's gonna watch it because.
Man, what a freaking Oscar! Oh my god.
It's a far fall from Gladiator. So
he is objectively the best actor in the movie, though. That's I could say that.
But where's the bar set at, Mr. Roy?
See, now if it had James Cameron could have raised the bar, and then it would have been better.
I'll say average.
What would you give it on a grade, like an objective and subjective grade? How much did you enjoy it?
Subjective A,
Ooh.
objective D plus, C minus.
Oh wow!
But you know what? Those movies tend to be a blast. So I'm definitely putting that on my list of things to see sometime this week after I see Tenet.
Yeah, I see Tenet on Tuesday night.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I see it.
Go Yeah, hopefully I can get to after Tuesday stream. I could get out there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, if you need to leave, please, on Tuesday, if you need to go watch it, because it's a film that, remember, we're not supposed to watch it. We're not supposed to see it, according to that one director. And so, as a big screw you to him, nope, I'm gonna go watch it. Too bad.
I'm hoping I picked an IMAX theater. Hopefully has the 4K projector, because it's really hard to figure that out. I really don't like IMAX's website.
Yeah, it is, because there's legit standalone IMAX screens, and then there's AMC that has a contract with IMAX, and so they have an IMAX screen with an IMAX projector, but it's not really the same exact quality that you might get from something else. Like, I've been to, in Louisiana, there's something called the Energy IMAX, because it's sponsored by Energy, which is the company, and the screen is literally like gigantic, ginormous, like huge, and the spacing of the seats is not made for getting as many people in as possible. It's meant to be the closest seat available is one where you'll still be able to enjoy the movie. And they actually used to show, mostly it was the Harry Potter movies, they would actually show special screenings of that on IMAX, on their Energy IMAX screen. And yeah, everything you see with Regal, they have their contracts, and then some AMCs have their contracts. It's just not the same. But yeah, I hope that whatever theaters we both go to have legit IMAX for sure.
Yeah, from what I've seen on their website, if you look through the search thing, you'll see little icons next to whatever theaters near you. If you see a little icon that says laser, I think those are 4K laser projectors.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, like when I looked up in Houston, there's only 2 theaters out of like 7 or 8 that have laser projectors. So I'm going to assume that that's the right one.
Okay. Huh. So you saw Unhinged, which you thought was fantastic. You also saw The New Mutants, which no one was expecting it to be any good. So anything else?
I saw Hardcore Henry for the first time.
Oh, what'd you think?
It's kind of a mixed bag. I like and hate the first person camera. There's some shots that look really fantastic. Basically what they do is they strap GoPros to this guy's head that could do all these like weird tricks and crap, and they film this dude basically beating up people.
Yeah, it's someone basically doing parkour.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I remember that. What'd you think? Was it fun?
It was fun, but some of the shots are kind of dizzying and not really that good. And they're using older this thing was made in 2016, so it's older GoPros that don't have really stability or anything like that. So some is kind of shaky and kind of hard to watch. The story's kind of average. I mean, it's not bad. It's just not like Oscar worthy.
Yeah, it's a movie that if you go in with the expectations like tempered, I think you can enjoy it for what it is. Like, it was definitely an experimental movie. And so I think you can enjoy it for that. But yeah, basically they're just doing parkour with a GoPro style cameras on.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for it after I've read like the Wikipedia, and they're like, yeah, this was made for $2 million in Russia, and it was partially funded on Indiegogo. So it was not like a Hollywood production. So yeah. I mean, yeah.
All right.
I recommend it. I mean,
okay.
I think it's on Netflix if people still have Netflix.
Yeah, and again, if you've canceled Netflix, I could totally understand why, because there's a lot of legitimate reasons to cancel it at this point.
I never gave them business. Ha.
Boom, you were ahead of the game then. And also, I can confirm, sadly, the AMC that I'm seeing it at does not have the true laser IMAX. So it's still the IMAX image, but instead it's using more of a standard bulb. But I do have.
Do you see what the icon actually looks like? It's kind of hard to tell which one's the actual right one.
Yeah. So basically, if for anyone's wondering, on the IMAX site, they have basically what looks like a prism. And if the prism's next to it, it means that you have the IMAX with the laser. And so, sure enough, the aquariums for some reason tend to have the legit IMAX screens more so than anything else. And sure enough, this does seem to have the. So hopefully they have some showtimes of real movies. That'd be cool. But anything else?
I think that's it. I saw Waco on Netflix also.
Okay, that's a show, right?
Yeah, it's a Ministries. I think that's technically what they call it.
Yeah, and how was it?
It's actually quite good for the most part. It really good acting. The sets are fantastic. Everything's built. There's no CGI in the whole entire series. So there's real buildings, real tanks,
I love
real
that.
helicopters.
Yes.
Yeah, I love those kind of shows where they leave the CGI out of it. It tells the story in a very even way. So when it comes to Branch Davidians and the FBI, and it's evenly told. The only criticism I'll probably give, it's probably what most people give it, is they kind of go easy on David Koresh. They do bring up some of the terrible things he's done, but it's kind of brushed aside to tell a different story.
Okay.
And I kind of don't like that. This is someone that did some really terrible things to people.
Yeah, you never want to give anyone a pass that's done terrible things. It's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I do recommend it. I mean, I know Jeremy Forgets the Givers loves it. But...
Very cool. So Waco. And
there's plenty of stuff he loves I don't like.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we all know Jeremy's opinions are usually terrible, so much love to you, Jeremy.
Oh, he doesn't know when to chat. And anyone who wears pre-ripped mom jeans is not allowed to have an opinion on anything of Tate.
I love how, I remember calling out the soy jeans early on, and then every stream would just start continuing on with it, and I'm like, yes, call out the soy jeans.
Actually, the night he admitted that on the air with you, I was in the chat, and I was the one pushing all the cancel and then and starting the pre-ripped.
Yes. So good. Well,
and I've nagged about it ever since, to the point where when I went and met him, he actually went home and changed into him just to wear him near me so I could torture him.
I just love how other channels have picked that up too. So like on Friday Night Tights, every now and then, a reference to it will be made, or someone will super chat about it, and it's just fantastic. And speaking of shows being recommended,
trust me, I'm still pushing that with people. That's partly me.
So Mr. Roy obviously recommends Waco, and then Laura, I know, really wants me to watch a certain show called Winona Earp.
Yeah.
So
Winona Earp, unfortunately it is on Netflix, but I think it's also on Sci-Fi right now.
Yeah, I think
it is.
Yeah.
I've been seeing the ads for it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, me and my wife, we still have Netflix, so I don't argue with the pregnant wife when she has stuff that she wants to watch that's on Netflix.
Not a good idea.
Not a good idea. No. Especially when she's getting to 35 weeks. Nope.
Never argue with a pregnant woman. Never argue with a pregnant woman.
Nope. Happy wife, happy life, especially when they're pregnant, for sure. But yeah. So anyway, Mr. Roy, thank you very much for sharing that. Before we get to Tina. Hey, Tina. How's it going?
Hey.
Hey, just a couple things in the chat. So Nathan Slay says, did you know, getting back to the spoiler talk, did you know that Darth Vader is Luke Skywalker's father? What? Spoiler. No. There's so many great no's.
That's not true. That's impossible.
Yes, it's not true. That's impossible. No.
Such your feelings. You know it to be true.
Oh, it's so good. Alice McCarthy says Wyatt Earp won at the OK Corral.
Wyatt Earp trivia there for everybody.
Yeah. The K-Man made a joke, the new old mutants by now. Yes, this is true, K-Man. This is very, very true. Let us see. Nathan Slade tagged. Also, did you know that Norman Bates actually has a split personality of his mother and actually kills people at the end of Psycho? What? No. Don't spoil Psycho. That one just came out last week. Andrew Hoyle. I'm literally watching X2 right now. Good choice. Great film. Great film.
Literally.
Yes. Literally.
Actually.
Literally. Alice McCarthy. Odin just wants RIPD2. Yeah, sure. Keep going with that, Alex. Keep going with that. Andrew Hoyle, if you haven't watched 2001 A Space Odyssey, it turns out the Monolith did it. No. Here's the thing. It's kind of hard to spoil that movie because it's so confusing. So,
Odin, be right back. My beeper's going off. It means my chicken's done.
Ooh, chicken's done.
Get that chicken.
Be right back.
Get that chicken. All right, let's see. Where else are we?
I want chicken.
I know, me too.
Sounds good.
Sounds delicious. She's always cooking up something good, and then she sends pictures, and it's just like, stop. I want the food. Andrew Hoyle says, I suppose 1.5 speed is one way of getting through the Justice League. Boom!
Ooh, bam.
Yes. Nathan Slay, I want to know what your reaction to Karate Kid 3. Yeah, I've never seen that, so I will not watch that one on 1.5 speed because I've actually never seen the third one. I hear wonderful things about it. Tibitel McKitty, what did Bill and Ted 3 make this weekend? It's hard to tell. I haven't looked at any box office results because Bill and Ted is very limited in its theatrical release, and so it's really not a good metric because that's mostly a VOD or PVOD sale, and they don't really release those numbers in any like way to be able to like follow it and keep track of it. So I don't know exactly. CI Productions, hello there, CI Productions. Andrew Hoyle says, cancel Jeremy. Yes, cancel Jeremy. Alice McCarthy, Winona Earp is an awesome show. You see, that's what makes me concerned, Laura, because when Alex says it's good, it means it has to be bad.
Oh, no.
Because he has terrible taste.
True. Alex has horrible taste.
He has terrible taste. He's still depending RIPD. Andrew Hoyle at 444. Never argue with your wife at any time. For shame, oh, nope. Absolutely never do it. Lord Toth, my wife and I watched Bill and Ted 1 and 2 the last few nights before going to 3. I had forgotten how rough 2 was. I actually like 2. I just love some of the characters and some of the story arcs in 2. And I know 1 is, I guess you could say, objectively better, but I do love 2. So, Iron Vet says the dinosaur wins in Jurassic Park. Well, thank you for that spoiler. Dean Heiss, get that chicken before it runs away. Yes. And then Will Gentry, did you know that verbal Kint was Kaiser Sose? Oh, now it's just getting into so many spoilers. All right. Anyway, Tina, what you been watching?
Well, I did finish the DeMille biography. And I think it was the night, the power had gone out, but my Kindle was fired up. And I was like, I've got 90 pages to go. I'm plowing through this. So I did.
Nice.
Oh, a book reading.
Yes. It's almost, I think it's about 600 pages. And so I've been reading it off and on, but I made so many highlights about the making of the 10 Commandments that if my Goodreads, if they had seen my account, they would have been like, oh my gosh, she's got 200 highlights. But it was amazing. I knew they filmed a lot of the movie in Egypt. When they're on Mount Sinai, that's actually Mount Sinai.
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yes. Yeah, they spent 3 months there. He had a heart attack during the filming, but they never told the studio because if they had told Paramount would have said, nope, it's over. That's it. So only his immediate staff and family knew that he had a heart attack, and it was a bad one.
Wow.
They customized 4 VistaVision cameras just for him to film the movie. He used all 4 in Egypt. He was on the A camera when they're doing the Exodus. I think they said each Exodus take took 10 minutes. Charlton Heston just felt overwhelmed. He would ask DeMille, like, what should I do? DeMille said, never come out of character as Moses. So when Charlton Heston would walk through the crowd, which the crowd they cast in Egypt ran between 8,000 and 14,000 actual people on top of all the animals. They said when Heston would walk through and he's wearing his Moses gear, the people would say, Moses, Moses, like they actually believed Moses had come back.
Wow.
The parting of the Red Sea, they filmed the Red Sea in Egypt. That precipice that Moses stands on in the movie, that was actually in Egypt. They filmed that part. When they came back to California to film the rest of the movie, Paramount had to have a wall knocked out of the one sound stage so they could put the tanks in. And DeMille had actually consulted with meteorologists about the way hurricanes work, because that's how he wanted the parting of the Red Sea to look. So if you, once all of that is put together, if you look at the parting of the Red Sea and you can see that the cloud motions, he wanted that to look like a hurricane. If you're watching that during that whole scene, the clouds are slowly building up. And when the Red Sea is ready to be parted, you'll see they're almost like fingers. You will see those clouds swoop down into the water and rip the sea apart. So
Damn.
That's why Steven Spielberg said that is the single greatest special effect ever done in a movie.
That's incredible.
And when Spielberg did Raiders, if you watch when they're getting ready to go into the Well of Souls, there's cloud activity in the background. That was his way of thanking Cecil B. DeMille.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
First time I saw Raiders, I was like, that looks like the Ten Commandments. The reviewer for Rolling Stone said, I haven't seen cloud effects like that since the Ten Commandments. Well, that was Spielberg's way of saying, thank you, Cecil B. DeMille. But the VistaVision cameras, I didn't know this. I'll just touch on this quickly. That was a system that was set up by Paramount. I know Mike Todd had what they call Todd AO. I'm not sure how that's set up, but VistaVision at the time had more clarity than the 3D we know today.
Mm-hmm.
The VistaVision does not run vertically. Their cameras run horizontally, just like if you were using a 35 millimeter.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with VistaVision was they didn't have the right sort of sound system. DeMille wanted a special sound system for the movie, and Paramount wouldn't give it to him, which is disappointing.
Yeah. Because
then when the movie got distributed to the theaters, they had to tell them the movie needs to be played at this volume, this level, so that people can hear everything. But Edward G. Robinson, who plays Dathan, was very grateful to DeMille because Robinson at one point had been blacklisted. DeMille kind of got him going again. He said he was very grateful to him. Vincent Price, who played, I can't think of his character, Baca.
I forgot he was in that.
Yeah. Vincent Price said, you haven't been in a movie until you've been in one directed by DeMille.
Mm-hmm.
He became a father figure to Yul Brynner, who played Ramses.
Mm-hmm.
Yul Brynner said the Ten Commandments and the Magnificent Seven were his two favorite movies. And of course, that was the second movie Charlton Heston had made for him, because Charlton Heston was in The Greatest Show on Earth. So, yeah, I learned a lot reading about one of my top 3 favorite movies ever.
That's awesome.
So, movies I've seen. I'll start at the bottom. I saw, hard to believe that Elie Kazan did On the Waterfront, because he directed a movie called The Last Tycoon, which is based on F. Scott Fitzgerald's unfinished novel, because Fitzgerald finally dropped dead from alcoholism. This movie had Robert De Niro, Jack Nicholson, Tony Curtis, Robert Mitchum, Ray Milland, Donald Pleasance, Dana Andrews, Peter Strauss, John Carradine, and a young Angelica Houston, and it sucks. Which just goes to show you can have all that kind of talent and still come off with a bad movie.
Mm-hmm.
I saw this movie from 1940. I didn't realize until I started looking, I was like, oh, I've seen that before. It's called Black Friday. It was an old Universal kind of B movie, and it's categorized as, I had to write this down, a science fiction gangster psychological film. And it has Boris Karloff is kind of the lead. He's the mad scientist, I guess you call it. Bela Lugosi is supposed to be an American gangster with that Hungarian accent. And the real star of the movie is Stanley Rogers, and it's a brain transplant movie.
Oh, wow.
Stanley Rogers is a professor at a university. He's in an accident, and Boris Karloff switches his brain, the professor's brain, with this gangster's brain. And then the actor, Mr. Rogers, I hate saying Mr. Rogers, oh my gosh, Stanley Rogers he kind of goes through this Jekyll and Hyde sort of transformation, but they didn't use any makeup, no special effects. He would just kind of sweep his hair a different way, and you could tell it was the same actor, but now he's taken on a different persona. It had a lot of those spinning newspapers and spinning journals because and this is not a spoiler, at the very beginning of the movie, Boris Karloff is dead man walking. They're got the priest in front of him, and they're taking him to the chair, and they've got all the witnesses in the room, and he hands off his journal to this one reporter, and he says, well, you were always fair to me during the trial. So you know how it's going to end.
Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that before you said it, so spoiler.
Spoiler. Well, they've already spoiled you. It's like, I don't think the governor is going to call to get him reprieved at the last minute. So
anything could happen.
Anything could happen, but I don't know. It wasn't a very good movie. It was just, it only runs like an hour or so it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
The one I was talking about, the person said, I know it's been 100 years, but quit spoiling me. It was on Cult Cinema Classics, one of the YouTube channels I watch, and he did a live stream of The Avenging Conscience, or Thou Shalt Not Kill. And it was made in 1914. It's a D.W. Griffith movie, and when you think of D.W. Griffith, you're thinking Birth of a Nation, Intolerance, Orphans of the Storm, and then there's this, which is kind of it was kind of Telltale Heart and Cask Amontillado and the Black Cat. So Edgar Allan Poe, but it was like boy meets girl, boy falls in love with girl, girl accepts his engagement, he goes to uncle who has the money, says I want to marry the girl. Uncle says, no, you're too immature, you can't marry the girl. He breaks off the engagement. And then all this stuff happens. So some of the comments in the chat was actually better than the movie. Some of the comments were, wait, is that Jesus? What's Jesus doing here? It's Jesus. Why are there furries in this movie? Are those furries? I think those are furries. So you got a 1914 movie that has Jesus and what we think are furries.
It was ahead of its time before.
Oh, Lord help us.
And I think the furries was because he was imagining hell, but they look like furries. I'm sorry. Another comment was, somebody take the cat off the piano, because the part of the musical accompaniment was somebody on the piano, and it did sound like a cat was going across the keyboard. But my favorite was, I think David Lynch just took over this movie. So that'll give you a general.
That says volumes to me.
That says volumes. And I told a friend of mine, I was telling her about the movie, and I said, yeah, I think Lynch probably saw this in film school and was going, furries, okay. Jesus, okay. Cat on piano, okay. And that made it into some of his later movies.
And I can only imagine there was at least a couple of reviewers at that time who were like, this is brilliant. This is genius.
They probably were. And I mean, I know D.W. Griffith was one of the original founders of Hollywood, I guess you could say. But I think there were about 6 or 7 sets in total. And the girl would be crying in bed, and she'd look out the window, and she sees the moon, and it's pitch dark. And then you would jump back to where the boy is with his uncle, and the sun is shining. And it was like, he doesn't even know, what are we in different dimensions or something?
It's like continuity, a simple tactic. Can't even do that.
Oh my gosh. But anyway, that was pretty, I thought Avenging Conscience was pretty funny. So, and then this other movie I saw that was like low on my scale was called Tormented from 1960. And it's about this jazz musician who's going to marry a rich girl, but he's got a girlfriend on the side, and he takes her up to a lighthouse, and no, Robert Pattinson and what's his face are not in this lighthouse. He's fighting with her, and the railing breaks, and he could save her, but he decides not to. So she falls to her death. And then for the rest of the movie, he is tormented by her disembodied head.
I see this says dead ex-lovers, crawling hand and floating head.
Yes. And her head didn't get cut off or anything, but it's just, he keeps seeing her head everywhere. And then he has to start killing off people that may or may not have witnessed it or may not know what, he's done, right down to almost the end when the bride's little sister, who is like 10 years old, he's thinking about killing her too because she's figured it out.
Oh.
So it's called Tormented. Yes, Glenser, Tormented, aka the floating head.
CF Production says they all float too.
They float now. They float now. Of my 3-star movies, I saw one from 1943 called The Dark Tower. Not the Dark Tower you're thinking of. It was a Warner Brothers B movie, and it was the first major movie for actor Herbert Lom, who many of you may know played the inspector in the Pink Panther movies, the one that Clouseau was always driving crazy. Oh. And he plays this, we're not quite sure what he is. He's kind of this Svengali type character. He shows up at the circus that's going broke, and this lion gets loose, and he kind of hypnotizes the lion to calm down. And they're like, "Oh, you're good. We'd like to hire you." Well, he ends up doing this hypnotism act on a trapeze artist, and it's like the only way she can do this one act is that he hypnotizes her to do it. And so little by little, he starts to kind of take over the whole circus financially and everything, because he's like, if it wasn't for me, your little circus would be going broke. Mm-hmm. So that was kind of interesting. And I don't know how many times I've seen that. The 1974 Great Gatsby with Redford and Mia Farrow and Bruce Dern, who's the father of purple-haired Admiral Woman. And Francis Ford Coppola wrote the script, and Douglas Slocum, who did the photography on all 3 Indiana Jones movies. The movie looks great. It's just slow and boring. And I that's one of my favorite books. We read Great Gatsby in book club, and it was the first time I had ever read it. And I like the way the Slocum shoots the mansions and the parties and that green light across the lake when Gatsby stands at his mansion and he looks out and he can see that green light over where Daisy lives, and you can feel that longing that he still has for her. But the movie just fell flat. I don't know what it was, and I don't like Baz Luhrmann's version any better. But I just hate that you have an almost 3-hour movie and it just drags like that.
Yeah.
So not my better movies. The better ones.
Yeah.
I watched the 1990 Total Recall.
Oh,
I haven't seen that in forever. It's been forever. And it was coming on, I forgot what cable channel it was on. I think it was AMC. And I was like, oh, I haven't seen this in forever. I'm going to look at it. And it holds up so well. And I know everybody likes Arnie and Predator, Terminator, Commando. I think Total Recall is my favorite movie with him. And I kept listening to the score, and I was like, there are beats in this music. I think I know who this is, but I got to look it up. And it was Jerry Goldsmith was the composer.
Okay.
And he said his Total Recall soundtrack and the original Alien soundtrack that he did, were his 2 favorite soundtracks. And I can see why. But the movie won an Oscar for special effects.
As it should have. I mean, oh my gosh, what they're able to do with those face models during the stretching, and the best one is always like the nose, like Arnold's nose, and it's just being stretched. It's got his teeth. So great. I love that one.
Well, I had so much fun watching that again, and it was like, why don't I have this on DVD or Blu-ray? I don't get it.
Yeah.
I saw the 1939. I'm always saying that was one of the Hollywood golden years. It had been a while since I'd seen it. The Hound of the Baskervilles. with Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. And forever I had been thinking it was a Universal movie. It was actually a 20th Century Fox movie.
Disney.
And Nathan Slay, I don't know. I mean, I kind of think it happened for real, but there's that flash up in the right-hand corner of the screen that kind of makes you think he imagined it all, but I like to think it all happened. But yeah, Hound of the Baskervilles was so good, and how they got that last line of the movie past the censors, I have no idea. But after Holmes is thanked for doing what he's done, and he says, well, I'm going to turn in. It's been a long day, and we're going to be heading back to London tomorrow. And he gets ready to go out the door, and he turns around and he says, Watson, the needle. How they got that past the censors in 1939, I have no idea.
Damn.
So got to see that again. What was the other one?
Someone said Christopher Lee's in it? What role did Christopher Lee play?
Christopher Lee was in the remake from the 50s.
Okay.
I think that was a Hammer movie. Christopher Lee played Henry Baskerville.
Okay.
And Peter Cushing played Holmes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. But yeah, this is the 39 one.
Okay.
What did I see? What else did I see? I saw The Gentleman, which was a pre-COVID movie.
Mm-hmm.
Guy Ritchie, I love his British gangster movies, always have. And it had Matthew McConaughey, Charlie Hunnam, which those of you who watch Sons of Anarchy will know who that is. Michelle Dockery, Colin Farrell, I didn't even recognize. It was like 15 minutes after his character showed up, and I kept saying, who is that? And then I was like, oh, it's Colin Farrell. Hugh Grant, it took me 5 or 10 minutes before I realized it was him. His
accent is amazing. I've just seen the trailer, and his performance in it just from the trailer alone is amazing because he becomes a different person.
Yes, that was the reason why it took me a while to pick up that, oh my gosh, that's Hugh Grant. Mm-hmm. And I love the way the movie is set up. It was very well written. The acting was spectacular. Now, if you're sensitive about foul language, you may not want to watch it. And I've never heard so many men call each other the C word in my life.
Oh, the see you next Tuesday word.
And I was like, okay, well, that's a thing now. So, all right. But the movie is spectacular. And Nathan Slay, the remake of Total Recall, I absolutely refuse to see. My former brother-in-law, when he was stationed in California, he took my niece and my nephew to a preview of it. And they said it was really weird because they hadn't even rendered the effects for the remake. And so it was just kind of weird sitting there looking at all this green screen with the actors. And they were like, yeah, maybe they should have waited until they got the effects put in first.
But hey, the remake does have your favorite actor, Colin Farrell, in it. So
Colin Foulmouth.
Yeah.
So as I call him.
Yeah.
Colin is in this. It didn't bother me about him using his Irish accent. It still bothers me to this day that in Oliver Stone's Alexander, the kid who played a young Alexander had an Italian accent. Alexander grown up had an Irish accent. Val Kilmer did wherever it is Val Kilmer's from, he had his accent. I don't know what the hell Angelina Jolie was doing.
I don't even think she knew what she was doing.
I was like, these accents are all over the place, and why does Alexander have an Irish accent? So anyway, but it works. It works for this one. I also looked at Scarface again with Al Pacino. Hadn't seen that in a while. I was going through our Vudu account, and I said, oh, my brother wasn't drunk or crazy when he uploaded this movie. It was called The Lady Killers. It was made in 1955. And the plot of the story is that these robbers need a place as a sort of hideout to set up their plot and everything. And this is after World War II, of course. And there's an elderly lady. She has rooms to let. And so they say, oh, we're musicians. We need some place to practice. Would you I'll rent out your room to us. And she's like, oh, yes, of course. And they put a record on with the tune they're supposed to be rehearsing. And they even take up the instrument cases when they go up to the room. Mm-hmm. So she's thinking, okay, well, they're musicians. One of the Rhaegar never saw it. I never saw it. I remembered that there was a remake of it. Cast is very good. Peter Sellers, Herbert Lom, who was in the Dark Tower movie, and Alec Guinness played the ringleader. Mm. And he doesn't even look like the Alec Guinness that I had seen like in Lavender Hill Mob or Kind Hearts and Coronets, the comedies he used to do back in the 50s. So it's very funny. It did not end the way I thought it was going to, but the ending was spectacular. And then the last two movies I saw Goodfellas again, because anytime Goodfellas is on, I have to see it. And then I saw Godfather Part 2 again.
Ah, oh, so good. Are you a part 1 or part 2? Like, what for you? Which one's better?
I almost want to say part 2 is. Mm-hmm. And I can't even explain why. As many times as I've seen it, when my mom was alive, me, her, and my youngest sister, Shanta, we were Godfather fanatics. Mm-hmm. I mean, the movie didn't even have to be on, and we would sit around and talk about it. I started looking at this guy had a 15-minute video about how Coppola had similar scenes and cuts in both movies. Mm-hmm. And I had on my watch later, and I thought, well, since I've seen Godfather 2 again, I'm going to look at it. And about 2 minutes in, I was like, well, this is stuff that me, Rita, that was my mom's name, me, Rita, and Shanta used to talk about, so why am I looking at it? But I kind of hung in there, and then his video kind of started going off kilter. First off, he said that the reason why Vito was put in quarantine was because he was Italian. No, Vito was put in quarantine because he had a communicable disease. He talked about them changing his name. Well, unfortunately, that did happen to a lot of immigrants when they came through Ellis Island. Mm-hmm. So, like, his name had been Andolini. They changed it to Corleone. Mm-hmm. But this is the part that kind of it got to me. And I was talking to, I don't know if Stephanie's still here. I was talking to Stephanie about it. But he tried to set Kay up as a moral compass to Michael. Now, I have a real problem with Kay Corleone. I always have. My mother had a problem with her. My sister was just like, after Michael slapped her, my sister was like, can we all line up to slap Kay? And it was like, yes, there will be a line. I don't want someone trying to set her up as a moral compass only because of this. Yes, she did marry Michael, and she knew what the Corleones did. Yes, Michael had told her, I'm going to make the family legal within, I think it was 5 years, and it hadn't happened. Okay. Kay did the ugliest thing that she could have done to hurt him. Yeah. And she did it for a stupid reason. Mm-hmm. When she said, yes, I had an abortion. Our marriage is an abortion. Yeah. And this Sicilian thing, it's got to end. So she thought by murdering his unborn child, that was going to end what the Corleones did, that was going to end 2,000 years of Sicilian history. Is she out of her mind? Plus that, why would Michael even want the children around her? There have been a lot of crazy people that have put their kids in cars and said, okay, kids, we're going for a ride, and drove them off a bridge or something. Mm-hmm. How did he know that her mentality wouldn't have done that? That was the reason why I was so upset with Godfather 3, because at the beginning, Michael says, well, I wanted your mother to educate you. Why? Yeah. Why? You told this woman, I never want to see you again. He closed the door in her face. So this guy, I understood where he was coming from. Kay's supposed to be so pure and all of this. Kay is what they used to refer to as a wasp. a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
Mhm.
Kay didn't know anything. When Michael came back from Sicily in Godfather 1, Kay said, how long have you been back? He was like, oh, I don't know, a year, 2, 3. I kind of lost track. He's just now catching up with her. And on top of it, she has one of the stupidest lines ever in a movie, any movie. It's up there with sand, it's rough and coarse and it gets everywhere. But at least with Anakin, you can kind of understand why he would say that. In Godfather 1, when they're coming out of the theater, they've been to see Bells of St. Mary. Kay says, Michael, would you like me better if I was a nun? Like in the movie? And you're like, what is she talking about? Michael says, well, I'd like you better if you were Ingrid Bergman. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, lots of men fantasized about Ingrid Bergman. Even though she's a nun in the movie, yeah, Ingrid Bergman was hot. But why? What would she say? Would you like me better if I was a nun? Like in the movie? Okay. Oh, you should have been slapped just for saying that line.
That's why we don't acknowledge that Godfather 3 ever happened. It's a mistake. And there's a very crude word for what that movie is, which I won't use, but you'll Kay already used it in the second film. So yes.
Yeah, I wish Kay had, and of course we always talked about in Godfather 3, she comes in, she's got her new husband, and we said, oh look, she got her a nice respectable husband now. He's not like Michael, he's probably so above Michael. And she was even kind of in Godfather 3, she was even kind of rubbing that in Michael's face. I got a respectable husband now. So when I saw Godfather 3, it was New Year's Eve or whatever year it came out, and I won't spoil the end, but when the end happened, the audience stood up and cheered. It was the scene at the Opera House when they came down the stairs.
Yeah. Oh, it's been so long. It's been so long since I've seen it because I just block it out of my memory.
Well, it was so funny. People just jumped up. Were like, yeah. Yeah.
They were waiting for something. They were waiting for something good to happen, and they're like, "Hey, we've got something! Yeah,
something! The movie's over now." So, but yeah, it was wonderful seeing Godfather 2 again, and yeah, I've kind of bounced that around in my head. Which one do I like best? And I think in a way, because I love history, I kind of like seeing where the Corleones came from, and how they got to that point, and seeing Vito go from a grocery store clerk to becoming the Godfather. And I think that's one of De Niro's greatest performances. No, Nathan, no, there is no Godfather 3. No,
doesn't exist.
Oh, but anyway,
the Empress has spoken.
The Empress says it, and it must be so.
Yes.
I never seen part 3. Is it really that bad?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's like Coppola forgot what he had done in 1 and 2, except when he would have some clips from 1 and 2. And
plus he puts his daughter in it, and his daughter can't act. And it's like, it's one of those things where, that happens, and everyone's it's just like, yay!
Yeah, I know that's the notorious part. Like, you see YouTube videos about bad acting, and she's brought up.
Oh, and he's so proud because I heard him on a commentary for one of the Godfather movies, and he was like, Sophia's been in all 3 of my movies, because as a baby she played Connie, and Connie's baby that's being christened during the big scene at the end of Godfather 1.
Such brilliant filmmaking.
Then Sophia played an immigrant child. She was actually playing a boy. She's behind the little boy who plays Vito as they're coming into New York Harbor. But she didn't open her mouth in those. Dad.
But she's been in it.
I don't understand. I don't What do you mean? Hot cubs.
I'm having flashbacks. now.
Oh, and of course, as much as I'm not even going to get into the whole Depp Heard thing, but I'm not a fan of Johnny Depp's, but I always joke that I blamed him for us getting Sofia Coppola because he and was in Beetlejuice. Winona Ryder.
Yeah, yes.
He and Winona Ryder were supposed to get married, and I don't know what happened, but it all came to an end. And Winona pretty much had a nervous breakdown after it. So she couldn't do Godfather 3, so we got Sofia Coppola. So, yes, Johnny, this is all your fault.
Maybe not this other stuff you're being accused of, but this one, this is...
And
I am no fan of Depp. I can't stand him.
Well, even though I don't like him, I don't like seeing, and like I said, I'm not going to get into all the details and everything, but I do not.
Oh, no. That stuff is absolutely inexcusable. I don't like him, but I've actually taken to defending him several times.
Yeah.
I hate that because I really fucking can't stand that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. That Umbrella guy has gone into so much detail about that case, and it's like, as much as I don't like that.
Yeah, Tug's the badass on it.
But Sophia's not a bad director.
Yeah.
She just should never act anymore, and I don't think she has.
Well, at least something positive came out of it in the end.
Yeah. So those were my movies. I've been doing a lot of reading. I've gotten a couple of books. I'm reading one now on the Peloponnesian War between the Greeks and the Spartans, and the war lasted almost 30 years.
Nice.
Which is just, I can't even imagine 30. Well, there was 100-year war.
Yeah, let's say there was the 100 Years War, and
yeah, but I'm reading that. I got another book on the Battle of Thermopylae, and I got a mythology book, and so I'm trying to that with my Greek studies. When I go to see these ruins and everything in Greece in a couple of years, I want to at least be able to say, "Oh, okay, I understand what that is," and everything. So
yeah, very, very nice. As always, great to always, because you always get a bit of history with every single time when Tina shares her movies, because she is a historian. She is a movie historian especially, and it reminds me every single time as to why she should start her own channel, because she has so much knowledge of this. And I always love bringing it up because she always like, no, but it's going to happen.
Oh,
as I said,
probably about the time it happens, YouTube will be no more. So.
What I'll do is I'll start it. I'll like make the channel. I'll create it, and then I'll just like start to take clips from the shows and upload them, and then say, "Oh, look, you see, Tina, I got you started."
Here's Tina's Parasite rant. Here's Tina's Forrest Gump rant. Tina said her coworker did what?
Well, Tina, as always, thank you for sharing your love of film, your love of movies, and also always bringing up films that, you know, some of us have heard of, some of us haven't, and I think it always gives us something to put on the list of things to and also in this case to read too, because that Cecil B. DeMille bio sounded great.
Yeah, the author's name is Scott Eyman, Eyman.
Okay.
And he also wrote a bio on Louis B. Mayer, one of the founders of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, MGM. But I haven't read that. I figured, well, if I can get through this DeMille bio, I'm really doing good because it was long.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm looking at, he's got one on Cary Grant, on John Wayne.
Yes.
He's got Lion of Hollywood on Louis B. Mayer.
Mayer, yep.
He's got one on Henry Fonda and James Stewart's friendship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw
awesome.
that one.
That's fantastic. So I'm gonna pull up that page to look into for after the stream. But anyway, let's go ahead and go around the horn for any last minute things, and of course for anyone that wants to promote anything or suggest anything, this would be a good time to do it. I've got links from at least a couple people that I know of, because obviously Rosetta is going to be promoting her books, and we also have the K-Man promoting his music. And so let's go ahead, since I know her phone died earlier, let's start with Laura. Laura, any final thoughts, final things you want to say, or anything you want to plug?
Oh, just been watching a lot of Josiah Rises, his channel. He's really hitting it out of the park right now. It's very interesting. I don't know. I just I'm using an iPhone for the stream, so I had to go and do a quick charge and come back. It's been a chaotic day around here, I tell you what. I'm ready to take a nap or something.
Yeah, and I'm glad you bring up Josiah. I didn't realize, because I know he was close. Congratulations, first off, to Josiah Rises. He has passed 100,000 subscribers.
Holy crap.
He's at 107,000 subscribers. And this guy, it's been really the last month or two that he's seen most of this growth. He's just been on fire. Like anything that's in, the public eye, anything that's a part of the culture, he has been covering, and he's been doing a great job with it. And, his views are excellent. Obviously, his subs have been growing tremendously. And, Josiah, I've known for a couple of years now, too. And he's freaking awesome. So shout out to Josiah for sure.
Oh, and he got I think he got a follow on Twitter from Gina Carano from the Mandalorian show.
Oh. Yeah, and actually, she's been showing some love to some people that we know, because she, of course, also wished a happy birthday to Jay, Drunk 3PO. So that was fun to see.
Yeah, she's liked some stuff. Her and Tugs, I think, have gotten in conversations. So
yeah,
quite a few Phantom Menace people that she's either liked their comments or commented on their stuff on Twitter.
And obviously, if she ever is able to, if we're ever able to reach out to her, if she ever wants to come on Friday Night Tight, she is more than welcome, because she is one of the good ones in Hollywood that is pushing for good, positive change, and is also being a badass in the process.
Yeah, I'm getting a T-shirt made of that picture of the girl who's at the cafe with all of the people surrounding her with their fist up.
Oh, yeah.
And she's just sitting there with her hands crossed across her chest. I don't think so.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
today.
It's no, it's like that awesome image that she posted, that Gina Carano posted, where everyone, it's during, Nazi era Germany, and everyone is hiling except this one random person in the middle who's just got the arms folded saying, nope. And, sometimes it feels like that in today's culture, where we have to be the ones to stand up and say, no, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, ironically, she actually does support Black Lives Matter, and she was she does. I can't remember. They said she does some kind of social work or works with the community, and she was like, "No, I'm just not going to do it because you told me I should, and I'm just."
Yeah, and mad respect, because they try to cancel her, and she's just become more powerful than you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, every movement has a turning point, and I think that was it right there. People were like,
"Yeah,
what was that thing I saw on Twitter? It's like we're gonna fight against fascism by forcing everyone to raise their fist in the air."
by making fascist statements, and God, it's such hypocrisy. But yeah, and Gina Carano, I would say, if you haven't seen The Mandalorian, she's solid in that. But if you want to see a film that actually features her as a lead, Haywire is a great film. And I would recommend showing it some love, showing her some support that way, because it's not easy being like someone like her in Hollywood who is not taking crap. It's something that can cost people careers. So let's continue to support her and show, no, this is the kind of person that we want. Someone that's going to still stand for justice and still going to, go their own route, and not just going to, become whatever the opposite is, but she's going to stand her ground, and we need more people like that.
Yeah, it's good to see some people, being normal on Twitter. It's like I need more normal people to follow.
Absolutely.
Crazy.
And she's
Crazy
definitely
people.
a great one to follow for that, for sure. So absolutely, yeah. So shout out to Josiah Rise, shout out to Gina Carano as well. And anything else you want to say?
No, it's been fun. I've been kind of all over the house doing laundry and
Nice.
doing chores. I can't sit still. There's too much to do around here. So.
There's I mean, I was just thinking I have laundry I gotta do and just other things, and of course, we gotta get stuff ready for baby, and wife's been like, we need to make a hospital bag, and I'm like, yeah, I know. We'll get there, but Laura,
That's so exciting.
Yeah. But thank you, Laura, for joining once again, and thank you for those shout outs of awesome people.
Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Mr. Roy, anything you want to shout out, or anyone you want to shout out, or any last minute things you want to say?
I'll probably shout out I'll shout out the Geeks and Gamers Premium membership. Yeah, I've been quite enjoying it. They do the premium streams, and then they I actually been playing Mario Kart with Jeremy on Monday nights.
Nice.
Yeah, he's unusually nice to me. It's really odd.
That's not his personality at all. He's never nice.
He usually has this rest persona.
Well, I guess, have you been beating him in the races?
No, I'm not actually that good at Mario Kart. That's like,
you see, once you start beating him, then he'll turn around.
Niceness.
Then he'll turn around on you. But yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah, because I know I've seen you in Krista's streams when she's been doing the why am I blanking out on the name of the game? Shoot.
She was playing she played GTA 5 for a little bit. And she went to Dead Space.
Okay, yeah, because I know that the GTA streams were a lot of fun, and so she has moved to Dead Space. Okay.
Yeah, she kind of had a hard time with that. I don't know if she's going to continue doing it or not.
Yeah.
I think we need to start suggesting her kind of easier games, or at least games that are have more straightforward controls.
Yeah.
Well, Dead Space is kind of hard to.
Yeah.
Dead Space hasn't really particularly aged that well, especially when it comes to controls. So I understand why she had a hard time with it.
Yeah. Well, also too, for her, she likes interacting with people, and it's hard to play certain games and also try to interact with them as well. So, trying to find that nice balance. And I know I saw them playing Fall Guys the other day. I saw some video of her falling through one of the cracks. So I know that we're planning, I believe it's going to be on premium, but I can't confirm it. But I want to say on Wednesdays, we're going to start doing a Fall Guys premium stream. So I'm assuming it's going to be one where y'all not just be able to watch, but also be able to play with us too. Because I think you can have like a lot more people playing at any given time. I think, right? I haven't played it yet, so.
Yeah, I think a suggestion I could give to like Krista would probably be to bring Mark on her, or someone to kind of coach her through some of the harder. Like if she decides to play Dead Space again, kind of help her get through some of the harder stuff.
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to when you're in the chat. It's kind of hard to type out what you need to do.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think her doing a gameplay without the chat, but having it be a stream instead that gets, like, for example, the drunk 3PO playing Dark Souls with Mark cringing in the corner saying, "Oh, listen to me." All right, you're still not listening.
Because you could edit out like the long sections of not doing anything.
Exactly. So, but yeah, absolutely, man. There's a lot of good streams going on there with a lot of good people. And it's something that I hope to get more involved in, because I feel like, I haven't been contributing a whole lot with Geeks and Gamers ever since the box office died, because I haven't been able to do my Sunday breakdowns. But hopefully, since the box office is slightly coming back, I can do those again soon. And if I can get the Fall Guy stream to work, might not be there every Wednesday, but at least to get there most of them, should be a lot of fun. So.
Yeah, it'd be kind of nice to think at least get some of the shows at an earlier time slot, because
that's what I've been pushing.
Starts at 9:00, and it's really late.
But every time I mention it, they're like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna change everything for you, Odin." I'm like, I'm sure I'm not the only one watching who would like for it to be earlier, guys. Oh yeah, we're starting at 9 p.m. Eastern, or we're starting at 10 p.m. Eastern. Okay, a lot of people have to work and can't be up that late.
Yeah, they get to turn around 11 o'clock, like, do more rest. I'm like, oh, God. I need sleep.
Yeah, so the stream on Wednesday is I pushed for it to be at 7 p.m. start time Eastern.
Oh, cool.
Yes. So I'm like, if I'm going to be in it, it's got to be at a reasonable time, because I want to put in like a legit hour and a half, 2 hours, and I can only do that if it starts right at 7. Because anything past that, my wife starts going to bed, and I don't want to be yelling or, making noise and keeping her awake, because I ain't doing that to my pregnant wife. So
you just don't want her to kick your butt.
She will. That's the thing. She will. And I respect her too much. But anyway, yes, Mr. Roy, so thank you also for being here as well and for continuing to be a supporter. And thank you for those shout outs.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, man. Always great to have you. All right, we got Tina, Empress of the Universe. Anything you want to shout out?
Well, I will give a shout out to the Valkyrie captain, Stephanie, who will have her birthday this week.
That's right.
So
it's on my calendar.
So everybody say happy birthday to Steph.
Yes.
And I'm just going to leave this with this. I was going to get this book, but it's $30+. And I'm like, that's too much. It's a biography called The Life and Art of Busby Berkeley. And of course, we know his dance moves and everything. We've seen him in all those 1930s movies. But I saw this quote when I was reading the sample, and I was like, this is just so perfect. And I wish these people in today's movies would remember this. But Berkeley said, in an era of breadlines, depression, and wars, I tried to help people get away from all the misery, to turn their minds to something else. I wanted to make people happy, if only for an hour. Only for an hour. And I'm like, this is the reason why Clownfish TV is reading cover stories on National Enquirer saying Hollywood is burning, it's dying.
Yeah.
Because they don't remember that. That's too old-fashioned for them.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm going to end it. Happy birthday, Steph. Happy early birthday. And thank you, Busby Berkeley. I know you had a confusing life from what I understand, but true words were never spoken.
Beautiful words for sure.
Well said, Tina.
Yes. Thank you for sharing
Thank you,
that.
Mr. Berkeley.
Yeah. And all we can do is hope that, you know, all this nonsense going on, especially in Hollywood, can get called out, burnt out, so that way we can maybe get back to some of those traditional values and maybe get back to those old school films that were just well written, well made, and were just not about politics, not about agendas, not about pushing anything, but just telling good stories again. And that's what we can hope for.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
but anyway, that's it. Thank you again for having
Tina.
me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. And also for, of course, being my Empress of the Universe and for being being one of the Valks. So, and she pulls double duty when she's on, when, you know, when other people are sharing, she's in the chat and interacting. So thank you so much for that.
Not a problem.
And of course, as you said, shout out to Stephanie B. She should be on the stream. She should be with us on Tuesday because I believe it's going to be the day after on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll make sure to give a special birthday shout out on Tuesday for sure.
Yes.
Yes. All righty. So we've got. You okay?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's yawning.
Hey, trust me. I'm looking at my clock. And I'm like, oh, 3.5 hours. I'm tired too.
I forgot I wasn't muted. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Are you boring?
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm not entertaining you after 3.5 hours. But all right, CK man, we got some stuff to promote for you. So go ahead and talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, so I think I mentioned this on the last stream, but the album itself is actually going to be released this Friday worldwide on all streaming services, Spotify, Apple Music, Tidal, whatever. And it's going to be, it's sort of like a best of album where taking all the songs that I've done throughout the years and taking the best ones and put them on one album, along with one brand new song and then 2 instrumentals that I've done. And pretty much what I plan on doing for this album is I will not be making any money off of it for the month of September because of the fact that any profits I do make will be going to charity on it. For that particular album, all profits will be going to the American Foundation for Suicidal Prevention.
Oh, nice.
And so, I mean, I had family and a friend at some point try to commit suicide. So it is something close to me. As a matter of fact, it was whenever I was probably about 18, 19 years old. I literally had to help my grandmother save one of my uncle's lives because he tried to slit his wrist. And so,
wow.
And so that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do that. But I pretty much, I want to do more than that. So what I've decided to do is for that particular, I'll go to that charity, but all the rest of my music that's already out there, for everything that I make for the month of September, on the rest of it, I'm just going to go ahead and donate to a second charity that's called Love 146, which has to do with trafficking. So for the month of September, I will not be making a penny off of anything for that reason. And so I pretty much, it's just something that I believe I need to do and that I should do. And so, I mean, if it's pretty much, if any help with promotion, anybody, as far as like, if you don't have to like my music or anything, you can put on mute. You can mute it and play it just as long as that it gets played out there as much as possible. Because now, since I own all my, I own all royalties and whatnot. There is no middleman for that, so I'll be making money off of that. But as far as like streamings go, Spotify and them, they literally pay fractions of a cent for each stream. So
that's awesome, dude.
Yeah, that's pretty much going to be that project. The name of the album is called X the Boundaries.
Absolutely. I posted that, and I'll post it again. So once again, if you want to support the K-Man, support his music, but most especially the great cause that he's supporting. And, you know, as he mentioned, it's like, even if you don't listen to it, even if you don't like it, you know, just to have it go where it can go and get and support those charities, because yeah, we all know people that suffer from it. You know, I know that I have very close family members, one in particular who went through something very similar when he was in high school, and it was a very tough situation, and it was one that we didn't fully understand, and it's because of him being able to get the help he needed that he was able to now live as a adult who's now helping other people. So he's now working in the social field, helping other people as well. So absolutely, it's something that's definitely needed. It's something that does not get enough attention. It's something that I think, especially during this time of quarantine, has been very much ignored, because everything's been focused about the numbers, the cases, shut it down, curb the spread, and people have been forgotten during this process. And it's been harder because people have not had access to people to talk to like they normally would have. And obviously, when you are forcing people to be indoors and to not be able to socially interact, or having to do that through masks only, it's gonna lead to a lot of damage. And we've seen a huge influx of that recently, huge influx of depression and everything. So yes, so please, if you can, again, I'll post the link a couple more times here. So again, support the K-Man there, support his work, so that way we can go ahead and together try and raise some money for this very great cause. So K-Man, thank you so much for sharing that, and also for doing that too, for putting out anything that you make directly to helping out these groups and organizations. And I'm also posting his Twitter, because I know that his link is on Twitter as well, and follow him to find out when it goes live on Friday. So that way you can support him there.
And I'd like to say one more thing.
Yeah.
I'm not the best at giving answers or anything, but if anybody in the stream, especially during this time, needs somebody to talk to, feel free to contact me on Twitter. I got ways to be contacted through my website as well. I'm a person that's willing to listen, and like I said, I might not be able to give the best answers, but I'll try.
Yeah. And sometimes what we need is someone to listen. And so thank you, K-Man, for offering that, and for doing something extremely noble. And also, of course, being an artist as well. and putting your passion into that and to sharing that with other people. So thank you very much for sharing, man. And thank you for being here. Once again, it's been great having you.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll post those links just one more time. Posted just now his Twitter account. So if you want to follow him over there, at the K-Man, and then xtheboundaries.co. I'll be posting that again in the chat as well. Again, go ahead, follow him over there, and show him some support when the album goes live. All right, and we have now Rosetta Allen. Rosetta, what you got for us? How are the projects coming along?
I get all freaking emotional.
I was trying to give you a jumping off point.
No, I mean, I've been really focused on trying to help people. So to everything right now, I'm really into trying to work with this indie community because I really feel that helping artists right now, especially in this culture, is kind of vital, as those of us who are artists tend to be those who have more social issues, more anxieties, more mental illness, more of these problems anyways. And when you're closing us off from our normal resources and routes, it's really intense. And so that's why I've been focused on promotion and stuff and working on these books and things with people. So I think I have to get this stuff out so that those my boss. He is in demand now. We are fully funded on the book.
Nice.
And there are packages you can get right now that will be the first, that will have the work that's the first official colorist going into print of me, which is the Vic King variant cover where I am the colorist for, which means if you get either it or the bulk pack of all the different variants, you get my first work. On top of that, I am still working on the Eagle book, but it's a lot harder to do here with less monitors and less the computer system.
Yeah.
So it's a lot slower, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it's still on mailing list because it's probably going to end up delayed a couple months or so because of what happened to the city and everything.
Mm-hmm. Very, very cool. Yeah, I'm posting those links again. So just now posting support Street Champion Road Warrior Drake, of which she was a designer on, an artist on, and it'll be her first major work, right? That's been published.
Yeah, the cover is that, and I'm still working on doing future full color jobs with him and stuff. But for this one, the first release, it's that specific cover that I'm working on.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, if you want to support that, yeah, that is the Street Champion Road Warrior Drake link on Indiegogo, and then there it is. There it is right there.
That's what I've been distracted doing all morning while we're working.
There you go.
I'm doing a few color versions, and my boss is gonna pick which one.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And then of course also supporting as well project that will be. What do you think you'll be able to get the book on Eagles going up and running?
Well, right now I've got most of everything sorted for all the pages. I've got most of the first book designed. I'm just filling out all the details and doing the backgrounds on it now. So as long as no other freaking disasters happen to my city or family, I should be able to actually start getting the fundraising up in the next month or two. I just got delayed terribly because of the stupid freaking weather.
Oh Lord, yeah. Yeah, and hopefully everything is getting cleaned up there and is getting put back together, and hopefully that happens quickly too.
Yeah, so it was originally I was shooting for end of this month, beginning of next month to try to actually start fundraising, but it's not ready, and because of all the disasters that have been happening all over the country, the drawn covers that I'm supposed to colorize are not ready from the people I've hired either, and that's because things are happening to them too.
Yeah.
So,
wow,
it's complicated, but I'm working.
Yeah, and I think that's the important thing, right? Is the work is being put out there, you're collecting it, and it'll be basically a matter of putting it all together, and it at that point it'll all fall into place, and hopefully everything will be in a better state, and so it'll be easier and easy peasy lemon squeezy, as they say. Well, all right. Well, thank you very much for sharing.
Do it.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, my biggest shout out to everything is just keep finding these artists who are working on their own and helping them.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of them are doing it. They don't have resources and funds. Look at the society we're in today.
Mm-hmm.
They need the sales. They need the help. They need the funding. Don't back something just to help somebody, but find the things you like and help them and support them where you can.
Mm-hmm. Amen to that. Yeah, and there's a lot of artists working, a lot of people putting out new art, new work, and it's really cool because even though things are obviously on the downward trend with the comic industry, it's also left open this huge availability for independent artists that otherwise would never have been discovered, that never would have gotten any attention from DC or Marvel or any of the major players, are now getting their own movements and are getting their own campaigns through Indiegogo especially. And it's been really cool to see all of that happen. Even though I'm not a comic person myself, for those that are into comics, it's kind of this not necessarily this Wild West, but it's almost this almost Wild West, type where there's just everyone working on their own things, but bringing something unique to the table, but also every now and then becoming the Magnificent Seven of coming together and working and helping each other to slay the evil people that, of course, would be represented by the mainstream DC Marvel comic industry trying to tear down these independent voices. So, and you're welcome for that movie reference, Tina. I heard you have a... I heard you go like a, huh.
Mm-hmm. I was like, that was very apt.
Well, you're welcome, Tina. I knew you'd appreciate it. Well, I obviously want to shout.
You're all crazy, you know that, right?
But I love you. But I just want to shout out once again everyone here. So Mr. Roy, Rosetta Allen, ZK Man, Tina, and Waiting for Nerdrotic, Laura, the Modern Major General, for being here. It's always fun to have these streams. I think this might be the longest one that we've had, but we had a lot of good discussions, and we were able to I think, share a lot of our interests and share a lot of the things we've been doing. And especially towards the end when we get to being able to shout things out that we're passionate about, things that we love, people that we want to support. It's always great to hear that too, because we are finding out more and more about each other and also sharing what we love with the people here as well. And again, also shout out to the Asgardian community for always supporting these streams. They're always a little bit longer. Luckily, not nearly as long as Mauler EFAP streams. So at the very least, it's not that length. But hopefully you enjoyed it, and thank you again for spending out these almost 4 hours of your Sunday to join us. And we've been, we were at I think 50 or 60 strong earlier, and we've had about 30 people pretty much strong and consistent all the way through. So thank you so much. 89 upvotes, boom. And so thank you for everyone that was in the chat that was interacting. Again, if you had a comment that did not get shouted out or did not get answered, I'm sorry. That will be happening again on Tuesday's One Man Low Council. And obviously all these amazing people are going to be interacting with y'all as well in the stream. So now hopefully if you've maybe never seen them before or never been able to put a face or a voice to the name, now you can. And so now you can, reach out to them in the chat because they're all awesome. And I need to, of course, give a huge shout out to Stephanie B, who is my general, who is an awesome Valve. She's been posting some really good stuff because obviously we are talking about some important things here at the end with trying to support causes and trying to support things that are kind of being ignored right now by society. And I saw that all throughout that she was posting links to, or rather she was posting the numbers to various hotlines for anyone that might need help. So just a huge shout out to Stephanie B, always doing an amazing job in the chat, always going above and beyond, and it's gonna be awesome for us to be able to celebrate her birthday on Tuesday. And she's seriously an amazing person, and the fact that anyone has ever had issues with her, and yes, somehow it has happened, boggles my mind because of just how an amazingly sweet person she is. So shout out to Stephanie B, and of course to Tina, who's on the panel. But everyone here is amazing. So any last minute things before we finish this 4-hour stream up?
Oh, real quick.
Oh.
For any of you, any of you that go to see Tenet, something seems to be wrong with the sound. I keep reading people in the comments saying the sound is so loud it's drowning out the dialogue. So let me know if that's what's happening.
I will. It might. I wonder if it's an IMAX.
I don't know if it's the music or what, but I was even looking at comments in SC Reviews last night. He did a non-spoiler review, and he liked the movie. But people were just like, I thought the movie was terrible. I couldn't hear anything. The music was too loud. The sound effects were too loud. So let me know. I'm really curious about this.
Yeah, because I'll be seeing it in IMAX. And Mr. Roy, you said you're seeing it this week?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I think that we'll have, we'll have a couple different opinions on that, and something tells me that it might be the IMAX sound because it can be pretty loud, but I'm also very sensitive to that because, as you all know, that's the main reason why I'm not watching The Expanse, is because at least on the TV that I use or on the apps that I use, the dialogue is so soft compared to the background noise and to the soundtrack. So I'll definitely be able to point that out if that is indeed the case, or potentially it might just be a theater issue where maybe certain theaters or maybe certain prints, maybe like the non-IMAX version has issues, but the IMAX one is fine. Could be the case because I think it was mostly made for IMAX screens, so that could be the issue. But I'll definitely keep y'all posted on that. So yeah, thank you. We made it, everybody. So thank you everyone for being here today. Again, shout out to my chosen of Valhalla. And next month's stream will probably be earlier in the month. Because obviously baby boy is going to be on the way, and the later we get in the month, the less guarantee I have that I'll be available. So we're gonna do probably one of the first couple weekends of September this time around, just because of not knowing where I'm going to be baby wise at the end. So yes, baby Thor is on the way.
I'll still be here then.
Awesome. Perfect. So yeah, once we get to the beginning of the month, I'll be able to send those messages out, get that September stream chat up and running, and then we'll work out times and make sure everyone's on the same page. But anyway, let me shout out my Army of Asgard and Keeper of the Bifrost level members on the channel. So I need to shout out to Bruce, Andrew Hoyle, Sushi Joe, Eric K, Orange Hat Reviews, Adam Avery, Latino Slant, The Bosco 2000, Twirly Wolf, Jay Stowe, and Aiden Vickery. Thank you so very much for being my Army of Asgard and Keeper of the Bifrost on YouTube. You guys freaking rock. Andrew Hoyle, I have to find a way to get a mini Mjolnir for sure. And I'm sure if I can't find it, someone else will, because that's just the amazing community that we have here. And also, I need to shout out this comment from Dean Heiss, who's a member, because he says, Mahler obviously isn't married. Can't imagine any wife putting up with 12-hour streams. Yep. But also, he's younger than what you would think, and so he's still got some time to get settled. And once he does, he's not going to be doing those streams anymore, I imagine. So unless she's on there with him, in which case that would be an amazing married couple right there, putting up with each other for 12 hours on any day. Anyway, you guys are all freaking amazing.
I didn't even put up with my husband that long.
Boom. Yes. You guys are all amazing, beautiful people. Thank you to my chosen. Thank you to Steph. Thank you to the chat. I love you guys from the bottom of my heart. You guys are all amazing, beautiful people. Have a wonderful Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Spend some time with family. Hug somebody. Tell them that you love them, because sometimes we just don't say it enough. You guys are all awesome. Have a wonderful day. And as always, God bless. And now a huge shout out to all of my August Patreon and Subscribe Star members. Starting on Patreon, Albertus Magnus, Animation Commentator, Brian P., David Bobrizik, Dion, Divex, Enrique Evangelista, Father Christopher Miller, Hail Father, Father Damian Cook, Frank the Tank and the Shawhan Wiener Dog Clan, Harold Francis, the Hunka Chunky Funky Monkey, Inflamed Wood, Trap Productions, Jason Clark, Jacob Juice, Jeffrey Toon, Jonathan Carney, Kenneth Cameo, Lady T, Laura Story, Mad Mitch Dunaway, Mike Jackson, Mr. Peabody and his evil twin with the beautiful hair, On to June, Orange Hat Reviews, Out of Step with Reality, Riff Magos, Rosetta Allen, Steve Glasker, Teresa Martin, Theodore Bendon, Tina Bojan, and Tina B, my Valkyrie and Empress of the Universe. Thank you so much for supporting me on Patreon. And also, shout out to my Subscribestar peeps, Stand For, John B, Perpetual Punster, Robert Revo, Mr. Roy, Glinzer, Darkstar57, J. Alex McCarthy Jr., US 888209 Fast, Dean Heiss, Harold Francis, J-Rod the Beer Guru, Nebadon G. Adams, and ZK-Man, and Outpost Dyer. Thank you all so very much for supporting me this month. You guys are freaking awesome. If you want your name shouted out at the end of every single video and live stream, and also if you want to have access to special perks like giveaways and an exclusive podcast that I do with fellow YouTuber John the Flick Pig Flickinger, please check out Patreon, Subscribestar, and YouTube memberships in the links below. You guys are all awesome. I love you to death. Have a wonderful day, and as always, God bless.